is the answer. Boom, boom from Bam Bam. And Brooks is free up.
Is it a bam or a bam bam?
It's in the bag for Bradley Brooks, who wins Group A.
Bullseye for corner. Oh, wow.
On his second
What
leg.
a dart that is. And what?
For double 15, yes, that is the win for Joe Croft.
Good finish. That's his biggest one of the day by some distance.
He does, you know, for double 11. Oh, what a shot from Adrian Gray, that is. The shot of a champion.
Finish in the first leg. Gillet's going to get the first top of the night by pinning the 106, 1-1.
Shot and the man.
Welcome to the Modus Super Series. I hope you are ready for an afternoon's Arras action here at the Live Lounge. We're coming to you from Portsmouth, where Bradley Brooks won Group A yesterday, and we've got a double session of darts for you today. And this afternoon, I'm delighted to be joined by Paul Nicholson. Paul, you were with us yesterday watching Bradley Brooks cross the line in Group A. It was an interesting group. It could have gone one of two ways, but Brooks getting there in the end.
Yeah, he did. And now that the dust has settled on Group A, I think he will be very pleased that he was able to do it in the way that he did. Because sometimes when you're wanting to succeed, dominating is one thing, but coming through a really tough situation after a major wobble in the middle of the day, that tells you something else about you. And even at mid-20s in his age now, and he's been knocking around darts since he was, 14, 15 years of age. He's still learning about himself, but maybe all of the experience he's gained over the last decade, he's starting to use it a little bit more efficiently. Doing the right things at the right times is a phrase that comes from Michael van Gerwen, and maybe he is starting to do the right things at the right times.
Fun moment there with Conan Whitehead, who was ready to just walk off stage. He'd had a little bit of needle actually with Marvin van Velzen earlier in the day. They're separated now for the rest of the week. But this week does look interesting. We'll show you how things are looking for the rest of the week. Brooks straight through to finals night. Van Velzen goes into Group B with Harry Ward, Chaz Barstow, Nathan Gervin and Thomas Lovely coming to that one tonight. But this afternoon, as far as Group C's go, Paul, this looks pretty strong to me. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think it's pretty evenly matched as well. I think you've got a lot of people in there that know each other extremely well, especially Conan Whitehead and Adrian Gray. They've been knocking around each other for the best part of a couple of decades, so they know each other inside and out. I like the look of Belmont, though. Yesterday, there was a lot to admire about his doubling. He didn't start the day brilliantly, but as the day went on, he started to impose himself. And if you look at certain ways of measuring players at the minute, whether it's rankings, average, double statistics, Stefan's near the top of all of that compared to everybody else, so we can't forget about him.
What about Conan Whitehead then? He's always got some sort of magnetism when he plays on the Modus Super Series stage because of that first series win. He's in Group C. It's difficult to get through. Do you fancy his chances?
I still fancy Conan in any situation. He's played in every single group situation we've ever had. And the biggest thing that he has in his locker is his confidence. Whether he's had a bad Group A or a good one and still not got through it, he still believes that he's going to get through this situation. I will never back against him. I think he just needs to polish up on a couple of performances, and maybe with Van Velzen in a different group, he can just focus a little bit more, because he's not going to have games like that to worry about.
We saw good stuff from Joe Croft as well. You've mentioned Belmont, but who of the three incoming players stands out the most for you as a potential threat to any of those going through?
I've got to say Adrian Gray. He's not in the steel tip game known as someone who will put in massive averages and huge imposing performances. However, if you look at his record since coming to Portsmouth, he's made finals night 2 times out of 2, so we can't ignore that. And he'll be very comfortable with playing 5 games today and 5 games tomorrow. I think you probably won't get 100 average from Adrian. You might not even get 96, 95. But what you're going to get is a really good amount of composure. He's got so much experience. And coming here, he will fancy his chances against people that he knows inside and out.
Well, let's see whose chances are fancied by the odds compilers. This is the bookies betting for the outright winner of Group C, and they've gone with Conan Whitehead. Stefan Belmont's second favourite. Adrian Gray, your pick. They agree with that third favourite. Any value there for you?
I think there's value in Belmont. we'll talk in commentary about what he did yesterday with his outer ring work, apart from maybe the last couple of legs that he played. But I think there was a lot to admire about Stefan coming into this week. He hasn't employed it to its full extent yet, but I get the feeling something's happening with Belmont. Maybe it's going to happen this week. Maybe it's going to happen by the end of the year on the Challenge Tour, but he is Switzerland's best player, and he's someone who will mosey along in this group without any fuss.
Shortened group, of course, we've had 3 days in Group A. You don't get that sort of breathing space in a Group C. Mike Gillet and Joe Croft have just made their way onto the stage behind us. How important is this first match for both of these players to kind of signal the direction of the group for them?
If you look at the way that Joe played yesterday in his first game, if he starts like that with a really good performance, there's every likelihood that Joe will feel that this is his group to lose. And I don't mean that he's thinking about winning it from the off. He'll feel that getting out of the blocks immediately is the right way to feel moving forward. They might not tell you, but they will set targets for points when it comes to today. They will completely rebuff that, but I guarantee you as a dart player, that's exactly what they're trying to do. And if you start well, they might just finish well as well.
Well, it looks like they're ready to get underway, so we better get through to the commentary box. The opening match of the day is Croft against Gillet, who is a former champion, of course, on the Super Series stage, playing in an afternoon session in Portsmouth for the first time. He hasn't had to teach the kids this afternoon, so he's spending his summer holiday here at the Super Series. And I had the pleasure of a chat with Mike earlier today. Mike, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Familiar surroundings for you. Just tell us how you've been feeling in the lead up to this.
Super excited to be back here, and it's really nice to play in the afternoon time, which is quite nice. Normally in the evening and I'm working, so the next day. So it's obviously some holidays now. So yeah, it's great. I feel refreshed. I feel ready to go, and yeah, hopefully play well. Yeah,
I was looking at your record before. Never played in a Group C before, so it's something a little bit different. There are actually more matches. Do you think that will suit you?
Yeah, I think I played the Group C back when it was in Southampton, quite a few years ago. From memory, yeah, I really enjoyed it, and it's nice to feel refreshed, not feeling like you've done an 8-hour, 10-hour shift of work. So it's good. It almost feels like it's new to me, really, which is great.
Yeah, a fresh start as well. Of course, you've won here before. Last few times haven't managed to do that, although you have been back to finals night. Is that how you're approaching it now? Almost forgetting about what's happened in the past, and this is a brand new tournament.
Yeah, I've been disappointed really. The last few times I've been here, I've just not played very well. Especially the last time, for various reasons, I was really unwell, as I said just a moment ago. But for me now, even though I won it over a year ago now, I feel like I got to prove something, because I'm so much better than what I have been over the last 12 months here. So yeah, I'm ready to prove what I can do.
Local lad as well, so how big would it be for you to get back on that stage on a Saturday and bring a few friends and family here as well?
Oh, I think it'd be great, and hopefully Chaz gets through in the evening as well. You know, me and Chaz are really good friends. We live close to each other, so I think, yeah, if myself gets through, Chaz gets through, I think it'd be a bumper-packed Saturday evening. So,
well, all the best. Thanks for talking to us.
Cheers, thank you.
Yeah, Mike Gillet back on the scene of that glory that he sort of said he wants to put behind him now and reset here at the Super Series. Playing in a different group might give the Welshman the opportunity to do that. Now 40 years of age, still up there with his best career achievements, that Saturday night success at the Super Series. He's taking on Joe Croft, who would love to have that success. He has won a couple of ADC Winmore Championship Tour events, did them back-to-back as well, did Joe Croft. And he's going to need a couple of good days back-to-back if he's going to make it to finals night this week. Jack Garwood, the referee, will be calling out the scores in this one, and alongside me, Chris Murphy. Paul Nicholson has joined me in the commentary box.
First leg, it's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Do you know what? It's really, really nice to hear from Mike this morning, because what we can say from not just this morning and early this afternoon, Mike is one of those people that you want to be around. If you're feeling a bit blue, you're feeling a little bit down or a little bit negative, you spend 10 to 15 minutes with Mike Gillet, you feel better about life. It's just the kind of person
85.
he is. But does he have the killer instinct over the next couple of afternoons to make his way through to a Saturday night once again? And I 44. think the biggest thing for him, it may not be form. It may just be the fact that what he said in his interview could see him have a little bit more energy.
99.
Playing in an afternoon session and not having to teach a load of kids for 8 to 10 hours in the day before he does it might make all the difference.
Yeah, looking fresh, feeling fresh.
97.
Did say that he was hampered a little bit by illness, didn't he, last time he was here as well. So, hoping to make that count. He's a great player. He's one of those really sort of underrated
81.
amateur darts players. I would almost give him the compliment of being a kind of younger Paul Hogan.
Yeah, we are talking about an
27.
international, has played for Wales. His hometown was down as Porthcawl, which is in South Wales.
45.
Place that has a rather world-famous golf course called Royal Porthcawl, but he actually lives in Hampshire.
Yeah, I should point out that I wasn't mistaken when I called him a local lad. You'd have heard the Welsh twang and seen nationality, but he is pretty much round the corner from
39.
where we are. And he also referred to his neighbour, didn't he? Chaz Barstow is going to be in action this evening.
Yeah, Winchester is where they are currently residing.
Mike, you require
A town that used to be the
160.
capital of England before London, way back when.
100. Joe, you require 68.
For the immediate break. Double 16 for Joe.
36.
Line was
Mike, you
perfect.
require 60.
Just a little bit under-delivered. Now this shot will not be a problem for Gillet. Well, that dart might be.
20. Joe, you require 32.
Double 8 for Crofty. Now they have to be crafty.
No score.
Oh, that
Mike,
didn't
you
work
require
out. It was always
40.
going to be difficult.
You are going to see Gillet leave tops quite a lot over the next couple of days. Can he glide into tens?
20.
Slow start from
Joe,
both.
you require 32. $16.
Wow.
Mike, you require 20.
Everything but the double hit. And it has been a bit of a symptom of why Joe Croft found himself
Game shot
in
of
sixth
first leg,
position
Mike
over the
Gillet.
last 3 days. Only 24% on the doubles.
Second leg, it's Joe to throw first.
And he might be thinking
Game
at the
on.
minute, even after just one leg, that it's going to happen to him again. But if you're going to have a leg like that, have it in the first leg and put it to bed
100.
and then move on. Consequently, Joe's average for the group over the last 3 days, just shy of 82.
85.
Nothing wrong with his maximums. Averaging more than one maximum per match is always a good sign. He had 17
135.
from 15 games, and we shouldn't forget as well, he has registered one of only 2 ton plus averages this week.
Yeah, it was pretty much the
60.
same as the other one as well. Bradley Brooks, who won the group, had a high average of 102. Joe Croft was 101.9 in his highest average. So the ceiling has been as high as the player that's already made it through to finals night. I just feel, and from this start today, fear that Joe Croft might be having his good performances at the wrong times.
96.
He did the right thing there. He wasn't sure what he had to do with dart 3. Calculated it, and the next thing you know, he is on a finish.
48. Joe, you require 170. $96.
Yeah, Croft is taking this second leg by the scruff of the neck. Now, Gillet is in the treble 18 there. It's one of those shots that is actually more complicated if you get the
92.
treble to start.
Joe, you require 74.
Nice clean take is exactly what Joe was asking for. And
Game
how
shot on the
ironic is
second
that?
leg, Joe
He can't
Croft.
find a double in the first leg, and then he gets 2 in the second. One of them accidentally, and the
Third
second
leg,
one
it's Mike to throw first.
perfectly timed.
Game on.
Like I said with Chris Murphy at the top of the show, some of these guys know each other
140.
extremely well. Joe, Mike, Conan, Adrian, and Matt Cast,
55.
they've been in venues for the last few years. It's actually only Stefan Belmont who might feel like a bit of an outcast. No pun intended there, of course.
100.
I wonder if that will be a strength for Stefan today as opposed to a weakness.
Very possibly. I'm just looking at the fixtures as well. He starts
125.
with the outsider in Matt Cast, then plays Mike Gillet, then plays Joe Croft. There is the opportunity for the Swiss to get on a roll.
83.
Hashtag sorry, not sorry.
I can confirm he has not got that written down.
100.
That's just classic Chris Murphy.
But in all seriousness, those fixtures are probably quite kind. Alternatively, if he drops points in those, then he's starting to chase his tail a little bit.
98.
You will be chasing your tail if you get off to a bad start. These guys know it. The majority of them have played in a
27.
Group C before.
Mike, you require 80.
The exception being Mike Gillet. This is his first time in Portsmouth playing a Group C.
$30.
Well, nothing Croft can do with the 194 apart from try to pile on some pressure.
138. Mike, you require 50.
This is what I was talking about earlier. He's going to choose tops. But tops and
30.
tens have not cooperated
Joe, you
yet.
require 56.
Now Croft going for tops, but not finding it either.
36. Mike, you require 20.
The body language from Croft does not tell a positive story.
Game shot
And
on
he
the
will not be
third
pleased
leg,
with that
Mike
either.
Gillet.
Gillet in front on the darts. Did you almost stumble
Fourth
onto
leg, it's Joe to throw first.
a nickname for Croft earlier,
Game
by the
on.
way? Crafty. But that would be somewhat unfair to Crafty Coxey.
Yeah,
43.
but I'm not a fan of the stick a Y on the end of your name.
Well, this is the game for you, isn't it? Gilly versus Crofty.
100.
Wouldn't work for my name, would it?
No, we just take the Y off.
True, yeah.
140.
Give it to someone else, it seems.
Look at those flights that Mike Gillet's using. If you haven't watched him play
81.
before, this is normal for him to use those very, very small flights. And he gets them to fly so pure. And it proves just how good his throw is.
140.
There's a lot of people who cannot throw this kind of equipment because it flies too quickly.
96.
But you saw a beautiful picture there of the way his darts land as well. They are just south of flat, aren't they? Not quite the Justin
58.
Pipe perpendicular, but they're just sort of dangling down a little bit. But it should be able to go up or under.
If you're looking to stack darts on top of each other, that's about as good as it gets.
93.
And also, he's not going to
So you
have the
require
kind of problems that some
120.
people have had this year and over the last couple of years of darts falling on the floor
60.
because they're going
Mike, you
in
require
at a
131.
dead right angle towards the board.
Which means the point is piercing it perfectly, not just part of the point.
Correct. It's not going in, I'd say, 30 degrees. It's going in right on zero.
41. Joe, you require 60.
Speaking of 90, Mike has left it, and it's double 19 for Joe.
22.
He almost did it again.
Mike, you require 90.
Almost another accidental double leading to another double for the leg. Double 15 for 3-1.
75. Joe, you require 38.
Double trouble. Both players missing 11 darts so far. Joe Croft adding to that tally.
No
that
score.
unwanted tally.
Mike, you require 15.
14 missed darts a double in this match from Joe alone. Just about gets the 7.
Now, that's a
Game
really
shot
good
of
dart
fourth
because
flag,
we just
Mike
saw
Gillet.
on the the treble 20 shot, the lie of his darts. If that dart was thrown straight, it was blocking a good portion
Fifth
of that bed.
flag. It's Mike to throw
Absolutely
first.
right. I wasn't sure he was going to hit
Game
that
on.
one. But collectively, 26 darts at double missed in this match so far.
He's from a big darting family, isn't he,
26.
Mike Gillet? He's brother-in-law of one of our commentary team here at the Super Series, who was commentating on him and didn't
123.
realise it until he turned up last time he was here. Laura Turner, who's going to be here this evening, in fact.
134.
Of course, married to Aaron Turner, very good darts player in his own right.
I didn't know Mike was married to Aaron Turner.
94.
And we should say, I mean, I might do it again tonight, but Laura's daughter, Neve, won her first, got to the final of her first big WDF comp, reached the final
64.
on debut. What an effort that was.
Chip off the old block. Very, very well done.
125.
That's the definition of a darting family, isn't it? You got mum who wins WDF titles. You got dad who wins WDF titles. They've both played at
96.
Lakeside, and now the next generation's coming through. And need we even talk about
59.
Joe Croft? He's a chip off the old block as well.
$138.
Can
So
he
you require 100.
chip this one out?
90.
There has been a huge problem in this
Mikey
game for Joe
require
Croft, and that
43.
problem has been hitting doubles. 16 of them squandered by Crofty. Could have won this match 4 times.
Well, right there, Mike Gillet decided to change his mind. Instead of going for a 3 for tops,
27. So
he
you
decided
require
to change where he was going
10.
for,
Game shot on the fifth
and it has
flag,
cost
Joe
him.
Croft.
Technically, he's now had 1 match dart, whereas he should have had
Sixth flag. It's Joe to throw first.
a minimum of 2. And if Croft gets out of this game with a victory, he will wonder how. Game is very much on now. It's on throw.
100.
At some point over the first 2 or 3 rounds of play here on Thursday afternoon, someone's got to say, I'm the person to beat.
45.
I just wonder who that person's going to be.
125.
When you've seen your opponent miss a match dart as well,
58.
you wonder how much doubt is in their mind, especially when it's their first game of the week and it's your 16th if you're Joe.
96.
So he'll be perfectly warm.
$58.
As always, during the day here at the Modus Super Series, join us in the YouTube chat.
40.
We will engage with any sensible people. Keep it clean, keep it kind.
86. Joe, you require 140.
Keep it focused on the darts, which is what Joe Croft is doing here. And there would have been a certain irony in that, wouldn't there, taking that out after all his trouble in finishing legs.
And
85.
the biggest finish of the match, 74. And that was when Joe had those 2 doubles, 16s and 12s to get it done.
81.
He's got 6
Joe,
darts
you
from
require
55.
55.
Is it clean this time?
Game shot on a
Yes,
sixth
indeed it
flag,
is. And we
Joe
go the
Croft.
distance in the first game.
One comment in the chat says, Paul is the
Seventh
GOAT
and
darts
final leg. It's
commentator.
Mike to throw
I
first.
did say keep it
Game on.
sensible.
Someone's obviously suffering from jet lag or something.
68.
Yeah, whatever you've consumed, don't do it again.
It's a big darting weekend.
100.
Not only do we have the final on Saturday night of Series 8 Week 10, but Australian Darts Masters is on in Wollongong, the epicentre of
59.
Dart Players Australia, where most of the talent has come from over the last 15 to 20 years. But now it's more of a nationwide thing, which is great.
55.
And some interesting talents taking part. Jeremy Fagg, who's played here, is going to be taking part. So good luck to Jezza
108.
Someone that I mentioned to you, Chris Murphy, just a few weeks ago, Stuart Coburn. He's making his debut tomorrow against
100.
Michael Smith.
There's some moment to savour. And that was a moment to savour in this match because it was the first 180 of the game. Came in the deciding leg.
100.
Is that going to be the deciding factor?
But how much can we compliment Gillet on leaving 94 after 12, and he's
30.
almost deflected
Mikey
that 180
required
already.
94.
Just going to leave it handy. Well, was intended to leave it
46.
handy, but he's missed a big number there. 16 was the target.
That's the second time in the bottom left corner that he's made an error.
125.
I stress he
Mikey
can't make
required
another one.
48. Game shot.
And he
And the man,
does cross
Mike
the line.
Gillet.
Mike Gillet giving Joe Croft the chop in the opener. A 4-3 success. A game that really stuttered and spluttered and both struggled on doubles in that match. There you can see 14 of them missed by the winner. 16 by Croft, who loses out in the opener. Both will need to improve if they're going to challenge at the top end of the table, but Mike Gillet has his points in his pocket, and that's all that counts for him. Coming next, we are going to see the Series 1 champion, Conan Whitehead, taking on Adrian Gray. On we go then. Game 2 about to get underway in Group C on this double day of darts here at the Super Series, where the first ever winner of this competition is on the hockey for the fourth day this week. Conan Whitehead, having dropped in from Group A, is about to take on Adrian Gray, returning after 2 successful Saturday campaigns, making it through to finals night on his last 2 visits. The 43-year-old, the conqueror, who's got great darting history that we might delve into during today. And Conan Whitehead, the man looking to topple him in the opening match. Still the standout moment for him, that Super Series 1 title. This is going to be an interesting one, Paul. When the odds compilers price this up, Conan favourite to win the group. Adrian Gray, third favourite, maybe the one that I think they're the most wary of coming into this campaign.
Most definitely. Everybody in this group
First
will know
leg,
plenty
it's
about
Adrian to throw
Adrian.
first. Game on.
He's got pedigree wherever he goes. Steel tip, soft tip. Abundant in experience. He's travelled the world playing this game and
100.
promoting this game. Because for a very long time, Adrian was the figurehead of soft tip darts in this part of Europe.
100.
There weren't many other players playing it at the level that he was attaining. He's got great relationships with some of the great soft tippers like Kruchmer and Lim and Gates. And he went toe-to-toe with them for years. But he's predominantly been back on the steel tip for the best part of 3 or 4 seasons, and he's
97.
played some very decent stuff, especially here over the last couple of series.
Yeah, he's been good, Adrian Gray, and he kind of, I think it was probably me when he first rocked it back here. I asked him that question about
140.
beating Phil Taylor and all that, and he got a little bit annoyed. He was, I don't want to really just be known for that. I'm here to play darts now, and I can understand it. I'm sure he can understand
55.
the question as well, but I think that's what a lot of people are doing. A little bit like Mike Gillet earlier, not really wanting to dwell on a success of the past, because if you just
60.
remembered the one thing, then that kind of feel like it's all you've ever achieved and all you're ever going to achieve.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. There's a lot more to Adrian than meets the eye or meets Wikipedia.
30.
He's an incredibly selfless
Adrian, you require
individual.
116.
But don't let that fool you into thinking that he's weak. Double top for the first leg. Strong
Game shot
start.
of First leg, Adrian Gray.
It's a heck of a dart shirt, that as well, isn't it? Is that Batman on the back?
Second leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Looks like Batman, but I think it's something a bit more sinister.
45.
Yeah, I think Conan Whitehead is the same, you know. I don't think he wants to be referenced as just the Series 1 champion. He'd like to be known in the same sort of vein as Littler, who has got 2 of them.
60.
Yeah, I think he wants to use it to his advantage when he can in the way that he sort of struts around the stage here at the Super Series, but also is determined to not let it be a flash in the pan,
133.
to create a legacy here.
That is some wicked design, isn't it? And it's not overstated either. It's exactly the opposite.
140.
It's very understated.
Oh, we've got Conan the Barbarian and Adrian Gray. It's a gladiator, isn't it, on the back of his shirt there?
Yeah, it's like a video game, isn't it?
Real.
58.
The Barbarian versus the Conqueror. Who wins?
We should be playing in an amphitheatre. Are you not entertained?
180.
He looks pretty sharp. And at the minute, Conan is staring down the barrel of being gubbed. If he doesn't get his act together, it's got to go back to the 60 here.
43.
He's just spraying them a little
Adrian,
bit
you
left and
require
right at the minute.
121.
Needs to figure out that line and then the weight will come. How many players do you know that go that route anymore? Not many.
89.
It's almost a forgotten route.
Yeah, and in the end, he's laid up anyway, leaving double 16.
26. Adrian, you require
It's a
32.
very, very impressive start. I think you better start revising those odds, bookmakers. Because Adrian
Shot of
Gray
Second leg, Adrian Gray.
is producing golden darts here at the Super Series. 2 legs in. Average of 107 and
Third
change.
leg,
Conan
it's
Whitehead
Adrian
not
to
quite
go
sure what's hit
first.
him.
Game on.
In the background there, Conan looks like he's just got a council tax bill. It's how much, you say?
100.
From here on out, based on the way that his opponent has played, Adie's just got to keep it nice and steady.
140.
Speaking of Adrian's, there was a podcast released this week with Adrian Lewis, wasn't there? He was talking quite a bit about the Modus Super Series.
Yeah, again, expressed an intention to play here next year. Also, interestingly,
100.
expressed he dangled a little carrot, didn't he? Said he might play in the World Championship qualifier. Of course, still is entitled to do so as he holds his PDC Tour card.
Do you know what? I think that was genius.
140.
Imagine the interest in him doing that. And if he was to make it, that would be the story of the first round. Bar none.
Problem is, knowing Adrian's quality, he might do very well there. We might not see him next
100.
year.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Just imagine the following he's going to get. I mean, he's already got a big
100.
following, but you know there are people who want him to come back, but it must be on his terms. And he's got an incredible amount of support from everybody around the world. This time
60.
it's Conan's turn to leave 121 after 9.
121.
This is a lot brighter.
Looking at the ball. Not looking at the
89.
ball. That is very
Adrian, you require
interesting, especially when Adrian Gray's on
141.
a finish. Conan Whitehead playing poker here.
He is a bit of a risk taker, isn't he?
Well,
It doesn't matter whether it's
89.
Thursday
Conan,
afternoon,
you require
Wednesday
32.
afternoon, or Saturday night. He is just
Game
so
shot of
entertaining
third
to
leg,
watch
Conan
because he
Whitehead.
will find ways to make things interesting.
well, it's worked, hasn't it? He's having a little look
Fourth
at
leg, it's Conan to
Adrian
throw
there.
first.
Said to Adrian
on.
Gray, you're not going to take this out. And then he was proved right. And in a game where
121.
Adrian Gray was sailing away, that is a very interesting ploy, that, from Conan White. It might just fester in his mind. Then again.
140.
I think Adrian's just a bit too seasoned to let anything get to him.
100.
These two will have been to competitions for the last 15, 20 years together. Walking into the practice room this morning, it'll just be another day at the office, another challenge and another opportunity.
100.
And if I may be honest, there are times when you walk into some practice rooms. I mean, this one's only got 6 players in it, but a lot of the other ones they go into have got a lot
42.
more players, so you can be quite selective as to who you spend your time with. Here at the Super Series, it's not like that. There are 5 other players, and you must share that practice room with them. So when you walk in there and you see familiar
140.
people that you get along with or have an affinity with, it's almost like a sigh of relief.
55.
Gray
Adrian,
back on that
you
1-2-1 himself has been the
121.
check out of the game, this, hasn't it? Imagine he'll be attempting to leave double 16 himself.
It's a carbon
89.
copy. That's exactly what he did the last time he was on it.
Well, doesn't like that low dart.
100. Adrian, you require 32.
Double 16 then. That's a bad throw. That came out of his hand wrong. That's why the reset. Double 12.
8.
And that might just plant a
Adrian, you
little
require 83.
bit of positivity Conan's way, because if he takes this 83 out, this game has changed completely.
Double 9 is the remaining target here for Conan Whitehead, which he checks,
65.
but doesn't check out.
I don't think he was
Adrian,
going for
you
that treble.
require 24.
He was so... Well, he looked like he was looking at the treble as if to say, I didn't really want you.
$12. Conan, you require
I think
18.
Adrian's been a little bit scuppered by that first start at 32.
Game shot
And we
of
now have a
fourth
tied
leg,
game at
Conan
2-all,
Whitehead.
and I didn't expect to be saying that about 9 to 12 darts ago.
Fifth leg, it's Adrian to throw
I'm not
first.
sure Conan knows
Game on.
how he's level, but he is.
Feeds back into that narrative as well, doesn't it? That decision not to go for the bull when Gray was on a
81.
out. Has it just stayed in the mind of his opponent? Conan's still sort of struggling through the game himself, isn't he?
62.
Recovers that particular shot, but we're not seeing the explosive stuff that we did see in, well, particularly one game yesterday from Conan Whitehead. That available to watch, of course, in full on our YouTube channel if you
60.
want a bit of darting drama.
That was fun. That was great fun to watch. I can't imagine how much fun it was for Conan to win that match.
If you want to find that, I think it's
60.
titled The Feistiest Darts Game Ever. Certainly up there. Although you mentioned that conversation with Adrian Lewis, he was involved in a few feisty ones, wasn't he?
Yeah, just a little bit. It's all well and good when you win the feisty games, but when you lose them, they do feel like a bitter pill to swallow.
45.
It's almost impossible to have a feisty game with Adrian. I mean that in the nicest possible way.
180.
It's like playing a hologram. You know he's there, but you don't hear anything. It's just constant... Oh, look, I love this player. See, this is the soft tip in him. I don't mean to change topic immediately,
63.
but think of how many players on 3-1-5 will start bull. Less than 0.1% of any players in steel tip will do that. And why does he do it?
59.
Because he understands one thing. That if you go that way, you've got more chance of leaving a finish with your last dart than any other route.
95. Conan, you require 140.
Trying to hunt down that treble 18, which he's so adept at usually. Couldn't do it on that occasion. But could still end up leading this match. Gray's on a big shot here.
82. Adrian, you require 157.
If he likes the bull, 57 bull.
Don't think so. Hope not, anyway.
97.
Well, it would have been
Conan,
something.
you require 58.
Double top. Could be in the lead.
38.
Could have been in the
Adrian,
lead.
you require 60.
And things could change once again.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Adrian Gray.
So Gray reclaims the lead. Whitehead having managed to kind
Sixth
of
leg. It's Conan to throw first.
rein him back
Game
in,
on.
missed the opportunity to get the advantage himself.
Well, 80's following
60.
almost what I said at the start of the show. I said you're probably not going to get a massive average from him today, but you'll probably get something around 90. 90 is what he's averaging right now after a very hot
100.
start. Where after the first couple of legs, he was over 106, 107, but hasn't maintained that level.
100.
What you've got to do in this format is minimize the wobbles if you are playing well. And if he can get out of this game with a win, that's exactly what he's done.
100.
Because he will feel right now this is his game to win.
140.
Just the second game of the day, and already we're starting to see that this could be a very tight group. Following it, Matt Cass, the ADC qualifier, taking on Stefan Belmont.
85.
Do you know Adrian Gray is the Eric Cantona of darts? Do you know what I mean by that?
99.
And no, he didn't play for Leeds.
Go for it. Explain yourself.
He was the dart player that would always have his collar up. Even before these new collars that everybody wears,
140.
what he's wearing right now, before
Conan, you
they
require
came on the market, he used to have a
102.
collar like Conan's, but he would wear it up. And that's what Eric Cantona used to do.
$82.
Chance to win the match for
Adrian,
Gray
you
then,
require
to get off
76.
to a very fine start. Double four.
68. Conan, you require
Didn't like that one
20.
one bit. Does he have to go back to 501? That one's wobbled.
No score.
And the proof is right there. That deflection was wild.
Adrian, you require 8.
Conan is not a happy bunny.
Game shot. And
So
the
there
match,
it is.
Adrian Gray.
Gray certainly will be the happier of the two. Looked like Whitehead might have managed to force his way back into the game. Pat on the back for his pal. Respect at the end of the match. Gray started it superbly, didn't he? First couple of legs were incredible, and he wins the last couple to ensure he picks up the points in that one. An average of 90 in the end. It could have been so much better. Whitehead did well to get himself into the game at all, but he'll be looking to improve as the day goes on. Coming next, though, Stefan Belmont of Switzerland takes on the ADC qualifier, Matt Cast.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And we are back with Switzerland's best player. Up against ADC qualifier, Matt Cast. He's back again to see if he can make his first Saturday, because Matt is the only player here this week who was yet to make a Saturday finals. So no pressure, Matt. But I'm sure that you and your followers, your friends and family would love you to make your first appearance there. At the age of 45 from MK. I'd like to say what county it's in, but it's actually in 3 counties. This man from Cham will be hoping that he's not going to go through pain over the next couple of days. His Group A campaign was okay. And some people might feel that going into Group C is a failure. I don't see it that way. I think he was starting to put something together yesterday, and we will get into that. First things first, Mr. Murphy. Shoes of the week. Matt Cast,
First leg, it's
winner.
Matt to throw first.
Look at those bad boys.
Game on.
Yeah, there is some shine on those, isn't there?
I'm not a big fan of those types of shoes, which have become very popular in darts over the last couple of years, but
85.
they are Bobby Dazzlers. I think even Luke Littler's probably not got those.
Blinding, literally. Belmont hoping for a blinding start to his Group C
93.
campaign, taking on Cast here, and there we see. That's a bit of a statement, isn't it?
121.
They'll have to win the group to pay for them.
Well, Matt has been here before. This facility, this stage, the lights, everything will feel very familiar.
58.
He has had chances of qualifying before, but just missed out. And even though Conan Whitehead,
140.
who lost his first game in this group, did come into Group C as the favourite, I think we've got two players here that we can't underestimate, because Belmont's got better statistics this week than Whitehead.
100.
And Cast might have the hunger that some players might take for granted.
$97.
It's a very, very strong start, this, from Matt Cast. He's found at least one treble in every visit, a couple of trebles in two of them. Now he just wants a single and a double,
100.
and the leg is in the ledger.
Might you require 58.
Double top.
Game shot on a
That is
first
a brilliant
leg,
start.
Matt Cast.
Just a shame we can't get him a game against Andy Hamilton.
Second
And
leg,
this game will
it's
be
Stefan
MC
to throw
Hammer.
First. Game on.
Well, Stefan, over the last 3 days, has averaged 85.32, which is better than Joe Croft
140.
and Conan Whitehead. He's got the most maximums of those three as well coming into this group with 19.
58.
There's a lot to admire about his work over the last 2 or 3 days, but yesterday we established that there was something happening with his doubles.
41.
He ended up on 37.8% for the day, but had he been just a tiny bit tidier in that last match that he played yesterday, it would have been closer to 50%.
Yeah, you just get those game, just legs. One leg sometimes can just bust
140.
all those statistics. That seemed to happen to Belmont yesterday.
I think Joe Croft might be hoping that that's what's happened to him
43.
in his first game today. He missed 16 dots at a double and lost 4-3 to Mike Gillet. Croft returns against Adrian Gray in the next match,
60.
and things don't get any easier. Well, technically, Matt Cast has a very, very compact action.
41. Stefan, you require 120.
It's what I would classify as a push instead of a throw. Whereas this, with his high address point, it is definitely a throw. He's got 6 darts from this position,
44.
but he wanted to put a bigger hole in it than that. There you can see the reaction of the shoulder. That is a push.
$99.
Great last
Stefan, you
start.
require 76.
Treble 19. Not found. So there's an opportunity here for Cast.
36. Matt, you require
To pull away.
120.
Now, can he get past that? It was a risky play.
80.
He could have gone for
Stefan,
2
you require
balls.
40.
When you hit that small 20, you are pretty much backed into a corner.
Game shot on his second leg. Stefan
And just to
Belmont.
emphasize a little bit more about the doubling from Belmont yesterday, a lot of his misses, you noticed
Third leg,
yesterday,
it's Matt
were at
to
the
throw
bullseye.
first.
So his outer ring
Game
action was as good as you'll see.
Yeah, it really was superb. Did just notice as well there, Belmont gave a slight celebration to winning that first leg of the day. That's not something we really see
100.
much of from him. So I get the sense that he's realised immediately he's got a game here.
It might just be the case that he knows
140.
he's playing decent darts and he's got to get his spirit moving over the next 48 hours or so, because we're talking about, in this group,
125.
the highest ranked player in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. He's up to 10th now. He has won a tournament this year, beating Palsake of Hungary in the final.
140.
And I don't think we should really judge his Challenge Tour victory this year based on the final, because Sake getting to the final was a super surprise.
41.
Whereas Belmont getting to a final these days, not really a surprise. But look at who he beat en route to that victory. That's what made that victory so
100.
much of something that jumps off the page. Aidan Kirk, one of the best players in the Challenge Tour this season. Andy Bolton, Romeo Gerbovats, Richie Burnett, Scott Mitchell.
95.
That is a hit list and a half, isn't
Stefan,
it?
you require 121.
It really is. Many of them have performed well on this very stage. Well, he's not going to get a go at the ball this time to try and rectify
97. Matt, you require
that
140.
department. Will he get a go at the double 12? That's the question now. And the answer is yes. A lot of darts finding
100.
low and centre
Stefan, you
just
require
below that treble
24.
from Matt Cast.
The centre is good, but the low needs to change.
$12. Matt, you require
This is now
40.
a free hit for Cast. He shouldn't have had the chance to win this leg.
Game
and he's
shot on
taken it
third
the
leg.
first time of
Matt
asking.
Cast.
Been around a while as Matt,
Fourth leg. It's Stefan to throw first.
from the same
Game
place
on.
as Fallon Sherrick. Seen her grow up in county darts, watching her go international.
140.
It's probably a decent place to live when it comes to playing at this level, because Milton Keynes is a 2 to 3 hour
100.
drive from anywhere in the country. Probably one of the reasons why the PDC hold events there.
Interesting sort of stance, Matt Cass, when you watch him. He's one of those players that sort
100.
of almost twists his body. It almost sort of shrivels up, doesn't he? James Hurrell's another one that springs to mind. He makes himself smaller when he gets to the hockey.
134.
Some players from the Netherlands, especially, they do that because they're so tall. But Matt's not well over 6 foot tall like a Van der Voort or a Jimmy Van Schie.
140.
Who's obviously cultivated this stance over the last couple of decades, where he feels more rooted if he almost places all of his weight
43.
on his
Stefan,
right
you
hip.
require 121.
Well, everyone's starting on the 17th today on this 1-2-1 shot.
What's going on with it? I've not seen it here for
53.
years, and now all of a sudden it's the in thing? Has he been practicing with Adrian? There's that low and central dart that you were talking about, Murph, and it's a nightmare if you're trying to leave a finish like 164.
100.
What a shot that is.
Yeah,
Stefan,
good
you
last
require
start, but
68.
68 is a simple equation for Stefan Belmont. Big area now to hit. And now double 16.
52.
Not quite, there's an
Matt,
opportunity.
you require 124.
Just one treble needed. Can't get it. You can see what his miss is. It is slightly
92.
low.
Stefan, you require 16.
He's not moving. Because he
Game
didn't
shot on
need
the
to.
Fourth leg. Stefan Belmont.
Just get the feeling sometimes that when that dart is clipping the outside
Fifth
wire.
leg,
It might
it's
just be
Matt
a
to throw
little
first.
too close.
Game on.
But you can see the quality of Stefan, that he can find that double 8, even when it is that close.
140.
Double Dave darts ahead. And like Mike Gillet said a little bit earlier on, we've got Chaz Barstow coming in later
140.
with Nathan Gervin and Thomas Lovely. I'm fascinated to see where Gervin's at. I think he's reaching a point in his career where
44.
he needs to figure out where he's going. I think Thomas Lovely is a dangerous prospect for that group. He too comes from a darting family.
85.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting viewing tonight. Don't forget to join us from 10 p.m. live here on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. If you're not already subscribed, get on with it.
108.
We'll see plenty more of those.
And if you are subscribed, there's some bonus content up there at the minute with the perfect 9
100.
challenge
Require
with
137.
Jared Cole involved, as well as the world number 1 Luke Humphreys. Definitely worth a watch.
Yeah, and
55.
definitely worth a go yourself as well. If you manage to do it in a decent time, send us in your attempts.
Yeah, Jared got his done quite swiftly, I will say that.
45.
I've still not
Matt, you
finished mine.
require 82.
I haven't started mine yet, but I'll probably do it next week.
19 off, so 63 remaining. Good dart. Double 12.
70. Stefan, you require 131.
Now, this is one that could have been started on the 51, like he did with the 1-2-1. Because more people these days are trying to
43.
leave double-double
Matt, you require
opportunities.
12.
But it's just one double for Matt.
Game shot on a
Matt with
fifth
one
leg,
T
Matt
and
Cast.
Cast with one E.
Sixth leg, it's Stefan to throw first. Game on.
I wonder how many people he speaks to that get his name spelt wrong. I would say about 95% of them, if not more.
140.
I reckon in a lot of official documentation, people accidentally read it as Matt Castle.
He goes to Starbucks and he gets a coffee.
41.
Coffee for Castaway, coffee for Castaway. It actually looks like it's
60.
spelt like he's a pop star. And it's just a bit different to stand out.
Well, he might feel like one in a moment because this would be a really good scalp, wouldn't it, to start the day for Matt
41.
Cast?
Very much so. For all of the reasons that we've mentioned already. He walks into a challenge tour arena at the minute and people think, oh, he's difficult to beat.
58.
And he's played pretty well in this game. He's averaging 87. So if we may say a little bit more about Matt, he's had the darts in this
100.
match and he's utilised them pretty well. By the way, if anybody thinks that they're the
60.
sparkliest, most blingy trainers that anybody's ever worn for darts, you've obviously never seen Lawrence Ilagan play soft tip. Because he goes to the events, the darts live run,
171.
in solid red high tops.
Well, that was solid green glory from Matt Cass to
93.
in hitting
Matt, you
that
require
brilliant 171 has given
148.
himself a match-winning opportunity here.
Oh, now the shot's on. Beautiful.
120.
That might have been, if he'd hit double
Stefan, you
14,
require 90.
the best 6-dart conversion he's had under this roof.
It would have been the highest checkout he'd had. 125. But
Game
Belly
shot on a sixth
gets
leg,
the ball.
Stefan Belmont.
Oh, he's very happy with himself, isn't he?
Seventh and final leg. It's Matt to throw first.
And by a whisker
Game
on
on.
his chinny chin chin, He keeps himself in the game.
Back comes Cast.
108.
Good of the last 9 darts been.
19.
Treble 19, treble 19, treble 19, treble 20, treble 20. Missed the double. Treble 20, treble 20, treble 20. 8 successive big trebles when
100.
going for them. This next dart is for a 9 darter. Oh.
That's the noise you make when you see the biscuit tin
41.
and it's empty.
Yeah, it is, because I keep money in my biscuit tin.
So that's what that slit is on the top of it. For the pennies.
140.
Good game, this. And if we have this standard from these two people over the next couple of days, they've got a great chance of occupying the top 2 spots.
100.
Sometimes when ADC qualifiers turn up here, they can be caught in headlights for 2 or 3 games to start, but I told you about the experience of Cast before. He's been here a couple
60.
of times. Obviously comfortable with the challenge. I think it's about time we take him seriously.
I was going to ask you
60.
a question after seeing all the players, but I fear the answer is going to be absolutely nothing. The question was going to be, what have we learned so far?
Very little. I think Matt looks in pretty sharp shape.
105.
Belmont
Matt, you
is
require 120.
someone who has skirted a match opportunity here from Cast. He might have to skirt another one.
Good dart. Needs tops.
100.
Couldn't dodge the dart that was
Stefan,
just
you
beneath
require
it, and now
96.
Belmont can pick his pocket in the very last leg of the match.
What a wonderful first dart that is. And now he has a chance to win the match. He's been chasing most of the time.
$92.
Wow, it all went wrong.
Matt,
Cass
you
gets
require
another opportunity
20.
to put Belmont away. And he
Shot.
takes
And the
it.
match, Matt
What a
Cast.
start for Matt Cass, the amateur qualifier coming through the ADC system to be back here on the Super Series stage. And in his first match, he beats the man who was the second favourite to win this group. In fact, the top 2 favourites have both been beaten in their openers as Cass defeats Belmont 4-3. Before that, we saw Adrian Gray conquer Conan Whitehead 4-2, and Mike Gillet also off the mark when he beat Joe Croft 4-3. Croft back in action next. He faces Gray. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, the home of that brilliant back-to-back success from Luke Littler. Just a year ago, he was making it back-to-back victories here on the Super Series stage. And since then, well, things have gone quite well for him. Who knows what lies ahead of players that are successful here. And that's what all of them are trying to be. Adrian Gray was successful in his opening match today, 4-2 over Conan Whitehead, the favourite to win this group, and he put in a stellar display as well to get those points.
First leg, it's
Joe
Joe
Croft,
to
though,
throw
was
first.
beaten in a bit of a scrappy
Game on.
affair, which was plagued by missed doubles between himself and Mike Gillet. He'll be hoping to sharpen up in that department and will need to if he's going to take this game to great.
85.
Yeah, you would think so. Adrian was pretty impressive in his first game, and you get the feeling that there's another couple of gears to find. Average of 90, 4 out of 14 on the doubles, a ton plus checkout in there, and a maximum. So for a first game, you've got to be impressed with that.
85.
As for Croft, good 10 points behind that, no maximums, and 16 missed darts at double. Meaning, even against the darts here, you've got to have Gray's favourite.
81.
You've got two really good technicians here.
45.
There's a lot to admire about the throw of Croft, but at the minute, one thing I'm noticing over the last 24 hours is a lot of darts going left. You might wonder, if you are a bit of a nerd like some of us are, as to why that is.
43.
A lot of darts going left of target if you're a right-hander. It's based on tendencies, and we have to look at the follow-through, which is
100.
really linear. It might be elbow position. Not height, but position laterally. Sometimes some players start with their elbow to the right of their hand.
180.
Ideally, what you want is to have that elbow in the same perpendicular line to your hand, which is exactly what Joe's trying to do. But every now and again, it might just kink inward and force the hand to follow through to his
42.
left.
Adrian, you require 138.
The 180 helps Gray get down to a finish. A little frustrated after that errant dart.
40. Joe, you require 144.
Beautiful first start. Double 12.
132.
When he threw that, that must have
Adrian, you
felt good.
require
I'm
98.
not sure about Adrian Gray going 18s on the last start there. He hadn't blocked the 20 was open. I think he's miscounted. You can tell that now. I don't think he realised that he was leaving 98. He'd gone for a 20, he would have left 96 had he hit the single.
All's well that ends well. Was there an argument there for 60
58.
double 9?
Joe, you require
Because that guide
12.
was wonderful for the treble 20.
Well, you know I'm a big fan of that. 2 darts in hand, just going for a treble 20. Doesn't really matter what double you leave.
6.
May matter now, though, because
Adrian,
he's
you
ended up
require
leaving
40.
something more attractive. Joe Croft couldn't find the bottom double. Can Gray find the one at the top?
Oh, look at Croft in the background. He is beside himself. Double 7.
26. Joe,
Just
you
looked like he was trying to
require
guide them
6.
in rather than force them in.
When you're not hitting doubles, double 3 is not what you want. I mean, how does he hit this?
And he threw those 2 darts quite well.
No
All 3 of
score.
them. Sometimes it doesn't
Adrian,
rain,
you
it
require
pours.
14.
This game can be cruel and kind, but at the minute, Joe is going through the mill. Just glance off the top of that one.
Yeah, it's a kind dart, isn't it? Oh, actually, it's probably further away than we first thought at
Yeah,
first
shot on
glance,
the
but you can
first
see there
leg,
he's managed to
Adrian
use
Gray.
them and take the lead in this match.
You make a really good
Second
point about
leg, it's Adrian
certain
to throw
shots at
first.
double, Murph, because if you
Game
think
on.
about a cricketer at the crease, if you try and caress a shot and you get the timing wrong, you are going to be caught. If you think about someone in match play golf, the biggest advice that players who play that are given is that you try and hold the putt. You don't try and cozy it up towards the hole. You put it
60.
to make it. And based on Adrian going for those doubles at the start of this match, he was almost feathering them towards that odd number double. There comes a time where you have to give it a crack. And predominantly on odd number doubles, it's dart 3, if you've got that shot.
140.
Found the filling in the sandwich there, Joe Croft. You just get the sense, don't you, that while both players are playing at a similar standard at the moment, Adrian Gray can kind of ease to a higher level where Croft is having to really work to get there.
108.
It works really well there.
Adrian, you require 161.
There might be something in that, you know. Is there something in this?
137.
Playing some very good stuff.
Joe, you require 121.
Forces Croft to take the 1-2-1.
57.
This is a tremendous chance
Adrian,
to
you
get another
require
2-0 lead.
24. Game shot on a
Very,
second
very
leg.
good.
Adrian Gray.
Let's face it. Let's go into what you were saying in the previous leg. What
Third
pressure
leg, it's Joe to throw first.
is on Adrian Gray and darts
Game
right
on.
now? I don't think there's any. I really don't think there's any pressure on him at all. He's got a great
60.
family, got great friends, successful business, which he's had for many years. He's healthy,
45.
got great backing. He goes on the stage now and plays the game for the love of it, as opposed to other players who play because they're under pressure to perform. I
125.
don't think Adrian's under pressure at the minute. That's why he can enjoy this experience.
Yeah, whereas Croft, even though maybe he should be free rolling still, just get the sense he's putting himself under pressure to go to that next level.
140.
Yeah, I think sometimes you just got to let that be a byproduct of playing the game.
Because I think all the ingredients are there, you know. He's got an excellent throw. It looks so easy to repeat. And when it's right, it gets results.
Don't underestimate the banter in the practice room as well. When you've got the likes of
60.
Cohen and Whitehead in
Joe, you
there, there
require
might be some,
136.
well, I've won one of these and you haven't situations going on. And after winning those
42.
2 ADC titles back-to-back this year, he might be thinking that my form is good enough to kick on to do something by the end of the year, but don't rush it.
123.
Just keep doing what
Joe,
you've done to
require
get where you are.
94.
Very nice. 88.
78. Adrian, you require 133.
The right shot here is treble 19, but he's not going to utilise that. And I thought he would.
97. Joe, you require 16.
Does leave it handy, but Croft gets a chance. Are we going to see it again? All around the double, but not in?
No score.
That's exactly what we're seeing again.
Adrian,
That's
you
exactly what
require
he's
36.
seeing again. And that's exactly what he's feeling again.
It's like the barrels he's using are being repelled.
Game shot
And
on
look
the
at
third
that.
leg.
That's salt
Adrian
in the
Gray.
wound. It's right in the corner.
There's an argument there that Joe Croft has thrown 3 better
Fourth leg,
darts
it's Adrian
than
to throw
Adrian Gray
first.
did. Yet
Game
Gray's
on.
went in, and Croft, by a minor margin, missed. Just like he did the double 3 earlier in the match. And he finds himself 3-0 down.
58.
And he is crestfallen in the background. It's a bit of a reset here. Wipe of the brow, glasses off, take a bit of a breath.
But he's doing everything that your opponent wants to see, isn't he? He could bemoaning his luck,
59.
stopping because he knows that he needs to reset. This would be exactly the energy that you'd want to feed off.
Correct.
The doubles, though,
84.
That's becoming a huge problem, isn't it, to date?
I'm afraid so.
He's missed 11 in this game to go with all those he missed in the first match.
Yes, 27 missed starts at double today, and it's only
66.
second game. And if you're seeing this from the other side, which is Adrian at the minute, you've got to pounce on this. If you can get a 4-0 victory against Joe,
85.
you've got to kick your opponents when they're down. That's just the way it is in single darts.
140.
It's not a great deal between them average-wise. And Adrian's had less starts at double.
81.
Maybe that has been a fault of Adrian in his career, that sometimes,
100.
not very often, but sometimes he just expects a bit too much perfection. That last throw signified, I threw a bad dart, but he's just got to maintain that really nice flow. When he does,
100.
he just
Joe, you
removes the
require
pressure from the situation. He plays
136.
so much better. 121 left with 2. Means Gray's going to have a chance of that 4-0 scoreline.
100. Adrian, you require 93.
Well, can Gray deny Croft any more goes? Can he continue what would be a perfect start to his Group C campaign this week?
He does have options here. 86 left. That was one of them. The perfect
Shot
option
and the match.
as it goes.
Adrian Gray.
Really good recovery there from Adrian Gray, who gets the 4-0 victory against Joe Croft, who suffered on the doubles in the first 3 legs, that's for sure, and the conqueror takes full advantage of it. His doubles were pretty tidy at 4 hits from 9. You'd take that most of the time, and Adrian, who puts in a tidy performance there, goes to 4 points in the table. When we come back, we're going to see more of Mike Gillet. First time we've seen him since game 1. And he's going to be up against Switzerland's number 1, Stefan Belmont.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeats. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish a 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree. Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you
Lebanon.
saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so.
Andreas
Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Well, Smith, is it
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot on the
Oh,
mark.
he gets the job
Andreas
done
Harrison.
in the end. He's nodding in total
Game shot on the
agreement
second
because
leg. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. And there you can see.
That she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Game shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
And we're back with game number 5 already of Group C. It is Series 8, Week 10, as we inch closer, not only to the end of the week in Week 10, but we're getting, as each day passes, closer and closer to Champions Week. And that Champions Night, which will take place on August the 31st. Just a reminder to everybody who wants to be here on Saturday night, you can still get tickets for this Saturday if you are going to be in the Portsmouth area, or if you'd like to make your way down here. We'll give you information about that in the coming match, which will be between the lefty, Mike Gillet, who started with a 4-3 victory against Joe Croft. Belmont started with a 4-3 loss
First leg, it's Stefan
to Matt
to throw
Cast.
first. Game on.
And if you do want to be here for Champions Night on August 31st, make sure you get yourself onto our ticketing page at dartshop.tv very quickly, because
43.
that one is almost sold out, as it always is. One of the most popular nights of the year here in Portsmouth.
Yeah, there are other special Saturdays as well that are worth booking for. We've got Double Trouble following that. And we will be putting tickets on sale very, very soon for the next Influencers event. Ticket sales for that going to charity. All details to be announced very, very shortly. You may have seen some of the posts about who's playing in that event. Indeed, who's going to be sitting in our chairs, Paul. We've got rivalry.
83.
Do you want to enlighten us?
Have you not seen the pundit lineup? Cam Crabtree, who's spoken very well, to be fair, when he has done interviews and stuff here, and the darts referee who played on the stage are going to be part of our
123.
punditry lineup for that event. Jake Kenyon, who stewarded the show very well last time, will be presenting, and we'll have a revolving door of guest commentators as well. So
81.
who knows, we might find someone finally to replace Henry Deacon.
Only 3 more names to go into Champions Week before we even talk about Double Trouble in between Series 8 and 9.
85.
Neil Duff could be trying to win both, couldn't he? He could do the double.
And he advanced on double. Oh, sounds like a goose factory in here.
100. Mike, you require 131.
Treble 17 is a start here because he's thinking about double.
55. Stefan, you require.
Now, this is where you find out if you're a double 16 guy or a double top guy. He's a tops guy. He likes the peaks.
First leg, Stefan Belmont.
He plants his flag in tops to start ideally.
Second leg, it's Mike to throw first.
Doesn't do anything
Game on.
at a swift pace, Stefan. Saw him walking down the street to the studio this morning, just ambling down, not a care in the world. He plays darts that way as well.
55.
He doesn't give big celebrations. He almost plays the same sort of way as Andreas Harrison, our previous series winner. Gets up there, stoic, stone-faced,
92.
gets on with it, doesn't utter a word. And speaking of Bradley Brooks yesterday, he estimated the amount of words that Stefan's uttered in the practice room this week is about
100.
6.
Keeps a simple game simple, doesn't he?
The only people who make this game more complicated than it is are human beings. And some people, every now and again, they remind us that this is a very simple sport.
$58.
Now, for everybody tuning in on YouTube and you want to get involved in our chat,
99.
I'll pose this question to everybody. If the Modus Super Series was an Olympic event and you had to compare it
121.
to one of the existing Olympic events, which one would it be? And why?
There's the challenge from Paul Nicholson today. Do get in touch with us on that or any other comments, questions.
140. Mike,
On the
you
Modus
require
Super Series.
167.
I've already been taking questions on social media this week as to whether darts should be in the Olympics.
96.
I'm somewhat
You require 70.
75%, 25% based on no, it shouldn't. But there are arguments for it to be there. That's for another time.
Well, you'd have to change my mind. I think I'm nearer to 99% for no. But that's
On the
100%
second leg, Stefan Belmont.
for Stefan Belmont in legs 1 in this game. And he's
Third
even
leg,
sharpened
it's
up the
Stefan
doubling,
to
which
throw
has been a
first. Game on.
problem for all the players today.
Yeah, it has. Matt cast 4 out of 9. That's about as good as we've seen. We saw that from Gray in the previous match as well. But everybody else needing double-digit
80.
attempts to even get a chance of winning the match that they're playing. I often look at the setup of some of these players, you know, Murph, and I think, I could throw them. I look at Stefan's setup, and I could probably throw those. But I look at Gillet's darts, and I say,
100.
I can't throw those. This is a very individual setup that not many people would be successful with.
137.
I've actually played a game myself against Mike Gillet, believe it or not, in a competitive tournament.
Hampshire local stuff?
It was, yeah, in
59.
Southampton, when I was a social being.
Do you want to tell us what the score was?
Well, he beat me
58.
to 0. I can't remember. I think it was first to 3 or first to 4, but I didn't get a leg. However, in the very first leg, I did get down to a double and had about 9 darts at it and missed them all. And he said he was... I don't have to take this, really. He was so nervous because he would have been so embarrassed at losing a leg to me.
Ouch.
126. Stefan, you require 122.
That's very well done from Gillet. He's got a problem, though. Belmont's on this shot. 7-7.
108. Mike, you require 40.
Well, this is a difficult double for Mike Gillet. When he's got 3 darts and tops, he doesn't want to miss above. If he misses, he wants to be going away. And he is going away now.
20.
But it's not going his way.
Stefan, you require 14.
Like Fleetwood Mac, you can go your own way on 14. But most people will go direct at it. So I pose the
10.
question, why do
Mike, you require
more
20.
people not split 14 with 3 darts when they would on, say, 18? Other side, Mike.
No score.
Other side.
Yeah,
Stefan,
it
you
probably wasn't as
require
bad as it
4.
looked, that lie, either, because he could have used those darts. 2-2 for Belmont.
Game shot on a third
Twos never
leg.
lose. We've gone from
Stefan
close
Belmont.
games in the first round of fixtures to one-sided affairs in the second.
Fourth leg. It's Mike to throw first. Game on.
Well, yesterday, Stefan had a lot of fondant going on, whereas today it's a bit more fondue.
85.
When I say Switzerland to you, Murph, what is your first thought? What do you think of?
Chocolate.
Now, does that say something about you or Switzerland?
140.
They've got the CERN Super Collider there, haven't they?
I only know chocolate.
It's got nothing to do with chocolate. It's got to do with physics, apparently.
I've not tasted those. Any good?
That'd be a good name for a chocolate bar. A CERN Super
I haven't
Super
really
Collider.
spent any time in Switzerland. I think I've been in the airport
100.
on a connecting flight and did buy chocolate in the airport.
Yeah, I'm the same. I've been to Zurich, but just the airport. Beautiful country, though. Anybody who's been there doesn't come back and
60.
say, well, it was all right. It's got so much beauty about it. And they do have some very good dart players.
108.
Great sports people.
Good, a little bit of a reaction there from Belmont as well. Starting to strut his stuff here.
He's giving it the old pistol there, wasn't he?
Opened up the Swiss Army knife, didn't he?
100. Stefan, you require
See, that's
81.
why you're sitting there. That's what his nickname should be.
Well, he's been really good in this game, and it's a game he's
Shot
won
and the
with
match,
ease.
Stefan
4-0. Belmont beats Mike Gillet by, and it's an 11-darter to wrap up the victory. Superb stuff from Belmont. Gillet can only admire and congratulate the brilliance of his opponent in that match, who averages 95.43, who hits 4 out of 9 double attempts, and wins by 4-0, just as Adrian Gray did in the game before. Can that pattern be continued when Conan Whitehead takes on Matt Cast after this break?
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God!
Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scaife.
Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable. Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie Face is through, he gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie Face dominated throughout.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, the 6th game here. So the second round of fixtures about to be completed, and it's between Conan Whitehead, yet to get off the mark, and Matt Cast, who got a big win against Stefan Belmont in his opening. That looks even better now, based on what we've just witnessed from the Swiss star, who beat Mike Gillet 4-0. Whitehead went down to Adrian Gray, who is the only player to have won both of his games so far. Either Cast will copy, or Whitehead will pick up his first points of the group. From what we saw in the first round of fixtures, a difficult one to call. Before the day, you'd have been going for Conan Whitehead, but Matt Cast played some good stuff, didn't he, in beating Belmont?
Yeah, I'd have to agree. There's a good 13
First
points
leg,
between
it's
them,
Conan's
average-wise,
to
in
vote
their first
first.
performance.
Game on.
On top of that, one person got 4 legs, the other got 2. And most importantly, I know it's very easy to say this, but one person has won a game, one has lost.
100.
That can affect some people in different ways. I was impressed with Cast, who was against the darts for the first time this week
85.
when he's playing Conan right here, who must respond.
94.
And that treble 18 switch, which he employs probably more than anybody who comes here, it's got to be a good weapon over the next couple of afternoons.
41.
He already looks more focused than his first game.
99.
First couple of legs against Adrian Gray in game 2, he was frustrated by a lack of line and weight of the dart.
180.
And even when that maximum is put in by cast, look at the demeanour of Whitehead.
134.
Thoroughly focused on the board. Oh, this will be a nice start for Whitehead. He's under pressure to hit this. Beautiful leg.
On the first leg.
What a lovely angle to see the 60 hit with 2 darts at the end there. He didn't move because the flight was out of the way of tops. If that single was about a centimetre lower, he would have moved left or right. But with that high single, he can force it through.
100.
And the flight is not so much a blocker, it's actually a guide.
140.
Yeah, this is a much improved performance. I mean, it's only one leg and one visit, but much improved from what we saw from Whitehead, who
85.
didn't seem to have had his Weetabix, did he, in match 1?
You think that's what he has for breakfast?
Yeah, on toast with bacon.
60.
You're saying that Conan the Barbarian has Weetabix. I think he'd have grilled buffalo.
Didn't in the early days
45.
of our, shall we say, production experiment, didn't Henry Deacon go and have breakfast with Conan Whitehead? And it's on our YouTube channel somewhere.
60.
Let me get this straight. Henry went with Conan for breakfast, or Conan had Henry for breakfast?
Breakfast with the Champion, I think it was called.
That sounds like a really good segment. We should do that every time. Imagine if axe throwing was an Olympic sport.
85.
I can imagine Conan being really good at that. In fact, that's something we should do with him. We should go axe throwing with Conan to see how good he is at it.
60.
Let's see how good he is at a 156. This has got his name written all over it. And it shall pass. Just like that.
Second leg, Conan Whitehead.
When he's on form, shots like that are under
Third
threat.
leg, it's
And at
Conan
the
to
start
throw
of this
first.
game, he is looking vicious.
Yeah, 2 out of 2.
$100.
Had some really good answers on the YouTube chat about whether darts should be in the Olympics. Majority of people are saying no. And
100.
some decent answers as to if darts was to be compared to an Olympic sport, what would it be? Some people saying javelin, for obvious reasons.
41.
Luckily, we don't have to throw darts about 90 metres. Someone said shooting. Well, I'm glad someone brought that up because recently I wrote a piece about the reasons for darts to be in the Olympics and the reasons against. One of the reasons
140.
for was because I see this as the most pure form of a throwing event that you can find because it's hand throwing something, not using something else to project something like
81.
shooting. That's where you use a gun to have the bullet move. Archery, you use a bow to have the arrow move, whereas here it's the human being that throws the implement. A bit like the javelin.
140.
You're just giving me ideas now for the next feature between Conan Whitehead and Henry Deacon. I'm thinking maybe axe throwing.
57.
What about an escape room?
You require 80.
Consequently, we actually do have an escape room across the road.
Well, there's no escape now in this visit for Conan Whitehead.
72.
Well, Cast is staring down the barrel, not of a gun right now, but staring down the barrel of a 3-0 deficit because Whitehead in the top right corner when he's on form
100. Conan, you
is
require
deadly.
8. Game shot on the third leg. Conan Whitehead.
Borderline predictable brilliance from someone who is one of the premier players to have played under this roof in the last 2 years. That's what you're seeing right now. This round of play, round number 2 on Thursday in Group C, it's about dominance. And Whitehead is dominating the scoring phase. He has not allowed Matt Cass one shot at double.
Yeah, 4-3, 4-2, 4-3, the first round of fixtures. We could go 4-0, 4-0, 4-0 here in the second round. And
70.
2 of those players beaten 4-0 would have been players that won their first match. This group is going to be a little bit topsy-turvy, you feel.
140.
By the way, if we get Colin Osborne back, can we get him to do some yo-yo tricks? Because he used to be a yo-yo champion, didn't he?
I didn't know that, but we'll find out.
We'll have to get him one of those really good retro Coca-Cola ones that everybody wanted as a kid.
60.
I used to do a good line in cheap yo-yos, Paul. No strings attached.
$95.
Well, Matt Cass needs a boomerang-like comeback here. Whitehead on the brink now.
140.
Just doing everything right. The timing, the scoring, the doubling has been perfect.
55. Conan, you require
And he's got one of the biggest finishes of the week in that 156. This is a match shot.
And there it is. And it's another whitewash, this time by Whitehead, as Conan defeats Cass 4-0. It's a fantastic victory, following up from the 2 4-0 wins from Adrian Gray and Stefan Belmont. And in that one, an average of 98.56, really stepping it up from his first performance, and now looking every bit the favourite that he was given for this group by the bookmakers. 4-0, a 156 checkout, 4 out of 5 on the doubles in the end as well. But Belmont returns next. He's going to play Joe Croft.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot and the match.
Steve West has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leads double 18. Andreas Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy, blended on my grandpa Mark Salmon.
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared. Yes, you beauty!
Nice and high, and Fox has now got the game back into his
100
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it. Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Lee Cox!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the Blue Touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9-darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tony Lishman.
Back-to-back 9 Tartars!
Welcome back to the action then here at the Modus Super Series, where Group C has got underway in a quite interesting way. We've seen 3 close matches and then 3 matches that could not be described as such. 4-0 wins for Adrian Gray, Stefan Belmont and Conan Whitehead in that last round of fixtures. That's after Belmont and Whitehead had been beaten in the first set of games. Croft now looking for his first win. He's the only player not to have any points when he takes on Stefan in Game 7.
Yeah, fascinating second round of play, which only saw 12 legs played when we had 13 legs played in the first 2 games of the day. But now Croft has been pushed to the back of the pack. He has to respond, otherwise he's going to be skiing uphill for the next couple of days, and that's not something you want to do against someone from Switzerland. He's going to be really pleased, is Stefan Belmont, with his performance level in the last round.
Joe to throw first. Game on.
I'm sure Gray was happy with a 4-0 victory, averaging 84.68, but in the last 2 matches, we've seen just the kind of quality that we can get from these players.
45.
And that response from Whitehead after losing his first game to Adrian Gray, that should be motivational for Joe. The same sort of turnaround is needed by the man from Cheshunt.
140. $58.
Coincidentally, where Crofty lives, it's not far from where one of our most successful weekly champions is getting married this weekend. Many congratulations to Steve West and Michelle, who will have their wedding on Saturday.
108.
I'm sure it'll be a grand occasion.
And watch out tonight for the announcement of next week's players.
134.
I wonder why you're bringing that up now.
Well, you'll have to find out tonight, won't you?
94.
So after a
Stefan, you
relatively
require
sort of slow start
102.
to the day for all of the players, maybe Adrian Gray aside, the big guns are bringing the big game now, aren't they, suddenly?
Because they have to. You do not want to be left behind. I know that Group A is a situation where only one person will
46.
qualify.
Joe, you
There are
require
2 in Group C
124.
over the next 2 days. You've got to get a move on. He can't
on
find
the
the outer
first
ring,
leg,
but he
Joe
can
Croft.
find the bull.
I don't know if there'll be a certain negative reaction
Second
from
leg,
that
it's
to Joe
Stefan
Croft.
to
He's
throw
got to make sure
first.
there's not,
Game on.
because this is a new game and he doesn't want to be still thinking about previous misses, previous matches. But he would
92.
have thought the exact same thought that Paul Nicholson just explained.
What I'm trying to enunciate is
45.
how a dart player thinks. Because it can be quite a cavernous place. But a lot of us, as players over the years, have thought about things very similarly.
40.
If you have a bad day, bad game on the doubles, it does infect the next game you play.
56.
And if you're one of those players who can forget that and move straight on, fair play. Not the same for everyone.
100.
That argument for darts to be in the Olympics, by the way, I think one of the strongest arguments, if it was to take place in Los Angeles in 4 years, for example, you could have
59.
men's event, women's event, mixed event, and you could have different formats as well. And if you were going to pick
125.
one player to play at cricket for England, who would it be? I think Adrian Gray would be very high on that list because at cricket, he's one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, interesting.
40.
He'll be back in action next against Matt Cass. Right now, Croft's looking for a bullseye of his own. Needed at least the moat around the castle there.
I never heard anybody call the 25 the moat before. I think that's very accurate.
170. $95.
It's turned out pretty well, that.
88.
No shot at ball. Oh, boy, you've got to be kidding me.
Now it is in his head again, isn't it?
Stefan, you require 75.
You cannot go to the board and put them closer.
And it'll hurt if Stefan rubs some salt into that wound.
55. Joe, you require 28.
Now, is he hopeful of hitting this double 14, or is he confident?
Game shot on a second leg. Joe Croft.
Should have been confident. That was a wonderfully thrown shot. 2-0 Croft. This is a free-for-all right now. Can you imagine if Croft wins 4-0 against Belmont and equalises his head-to-head record with him this week? Because he got his first victory against him this week, yesterday, in the last match of the session. Somebody has actually referenced as well that darts wouldn't possibly be just for the Olympics. It would be a brilliant event for the Paralympics.
140.
Because we already have disability darts, don't we? Very well backed, and more players are getting involved in that by the year.
140.
Now that I could get behind, because I feel that that would be my big argument against darts in the Olympics. Is that I don't agree with any sport being in the Olympics 85. Where the Olympics is not the pinnacle of that sport.
That's a fair point.
I think in paradarts it would be, wouldn't it?
There's a good friend of the show's as well.
100.
He's got something called a flexi board, where the dartboard can be changed. You can change the position of it really, really simply, and it's a great bit of kit.
59.
Well, back to today, and I'm just in a state of confusion at the moment because I cannot make head and a tail of what's going on in this group. We saw Belmont beaten by Cass, but then dish out a 4-0 win with a stunning performance to Mike Gillet. And Joe Croft lose his first two games. He's now 2-0 up against Belmont.
This is like watching roulette. You've got no idea what's going to happen next.
134.
Yeah, and what happened in the previous spin doesn't affect the next one.
Correct.
Oh, Joe Croft will be hoping
57.
This one's coming in red.
Require 40. Game shot
and
on
it does
third leg.
for 3-zip.
He's definitely trending in the right direction standard-wise. He's getting shots at doubles and hitting them.
Fourth flag, it's Stefan to throw first.
Belmont's had one dart at double, averaging 80. After beating Joe on Monday and Tuesday, they had a bit of a scrappy one yesterday in game 15, but this is a decent quality. 50 darts for the
24.
first three legs for Joe. That will do a lot of damage in this group, that kind of standard.
$45.
He's done a lot of miles over the last few years as Stefan.
100.
European Tour events, associate member qualifiers, Q schools, challenge tours, WDF events. He's been 58. All over the place. You've got to respect the kind of commitment that players like Belmont have, because they might be not
58.
Known as hugely successful players, but they are carrying the torch for their country. And every piece of success they get, it's crucial for their future travels. Who's to say that Stefan hasn't come here this week thinking, if I'm not successful, I am actually thinking about putting the darts down. Some people have done that in the past. Look at Peter Wright in 2014.
I'll tell you what, despite that brilliant performance in his last match, and it was all looking rosy for Belmont, if he loses this, he's lost 2 out of his first 3 games in a Group C campaign. You start getting to the point where you can't really afford any more mistakes. You could probably lose 1 more match, maybe 2, if this group continues to be as unpredictable. But he's kind of hoping for favours then. This could be a disaster.
80. Stefan, you require
disaster averted for now.
Well, on the other side of the coin, Croft probably needs to win this game already. And he might be about to do it.
And he does have the luxury of a split option.
$40. Joe, you require
But which double does he want to leave?
That double.
6.
And it's that again. I think he really should actually try and take some confidence out of this rather than seeing the glass half empty. They're so close. They're bound to start going in at some point.
57 left for Stefan. But I question whether Joe should have left 32 there.
$62.
Another chance to hit it, though.
You require 32.
Double 8.
Shot.
And this time he does hit, and this time he does win, and that's 4 whitewash wins in a row. Adrian Gray started the trend, Belmont got one himself, then Conan Whitehead got in on the act, and now Joe Croft gets his first victory in that emphatic fashion. It's a very, very good win for him, a much needed one as well, an average of just under 86. Belmont could not repeat the performance he produced in his previous match, and Croft, with the aid of that 1-2-4 checkout, picks up his first points, meaning everybody in this group now has points. See who's going to get more points next when Adrian Gray, who's unbeaten, takes on Matt Cast. The action continues from the iconic live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we move in to our 8th fixture of the day, middle match of Thursday's Group C action, and we've got a couple of players who have got wins under their belt. In fact, Adrian Gray unbeaten so far, beating Conan Whitehead. And then Joe Croft 4-0. Matt Cass went down 4-0 to Whitehead in his previous game, but before that got the better of Stefan Belmont, who's lost 2 out of his 3 games. Not the best start for the Swiss, who many fancied would get through from this group. Everybody will be fancying their chances now.
First leg, it's Adrian to throw first. Game on.
So will it be Matt that overcomes Adrian in this game, or will Gray get a win over Cast?
81.
Only 2 players haven't been bageled today now. Eddie Gray and Conan Whitehead. But they have dished out said bagels.
60.
You ever seen a movie called 40 Days and 40 Nights, Murph, with Ethan Hawke?
Not that I can recall.
There's a character in that movie called the
41.
Bagel Guy. And they always say, the Bagel Guy knows everything. Well, who is the Bagel Guy in this group? Because there's plenty of them.
100.
4 in a row. 4 darting donuts in a row. Gray v Croft. Belmont over Gillet. Whitehead against Cast, and then Croft against Belmont. So by the way it's gone, the pattern would be for Cast to win this match 4-0, wouldn't it?
Yes.
You
But
beat
it's just
someone
not-
4-0, you lose to someone 4-0.
It's just not that simple, though.
85.
There are similarities between last week's Group C and this week's Group C. However, we didn't get a great deal of 4-0s
60.
in Group C last week. But do you want to know something that was really similar between last week's Group A and this week's Group A? There were 99 180s in last week's first 3 days. This week, 100 exactly.
If you haven't been watching all week, by the way, Bradley Brooks is through to finals night, won Group A.
57. Matt, you require 161.
He'll be watching us. He'll be watching Blackburn Rovers tomorrow when the football season gets back underway.
55. $100.
Yeah,
Matt, you
steady
require
tone gets him almost
106.
level. Well, it is pretty much level, isn't it? It's just a treble, a single, and a double. Sounds simple. Made to
It's
look
on the
simple by
first
Matt
leg,
Cast.
Matt Cast.
So here we go. He's going to win the next 3 legs, and we'll move on.
Second leg, it's Matt to throw first.
Nice comment
Game
in
on.
the chat from Tom Can, by the way, saying to myself and Chris that darts was a part of the Baltic Sea Games
59.
in the late 90s. The Baltic Sea is, I'm presuming that's something that happens in either Denmark or Germany. But darts is also part of something called the Police Fire Games,
85.
which is a worldwide tournament that happens every couple of years for everybody with the emergency services. I have a good friend who works for the Melbourne Fire Brigade,
140.
who has medalled in darts and archery in those games. And I'm surprised, because he would be eligible, that Alan Suter hasn't gold medalled in that yet,
41.
because he's a firefighter.
Oh, true, yeah. Recently won his first PDC title, of course, Suter.
So if darts is a part of the Baltic Sea Games previously
76.
and the World Police Fire Games, is that a further argument to say that darts should be in the Olympics? Well, whether you believe so or not,
140.
we know a lot of influential people in this sport, Murph. Who is it up to make it happen then? Because it's not the PDC, is it?
85.
Yeah, and that's another argument I think Matthew Edgar's made himself, that the players that played in it on current rules would not be PDC players. They would be the types of players that you see play here at the Modus Super Series.
Yep, that's true.
52. Matt, you require 141.
It's happening. Yeah, Cast has got 6 starts and 141.
Can he showcase his credentials here? He's going to leave himself in a decent spot.
85.
Such an imposing throw. Throws him extremely hard. I wouldn't be surprised after 5 competitive games in an afternoon he'd have a sore shoulder.
95. Matt, you require 56.
Double top. Oh, double 19. Now,
18.
the record for successive 4-0s
You require 88.
is 5 in a row. So if Adrian Gray hits this checkout, he stops that record being matched.
Loves a bullseye.
43.
But maybe he's a little bit better at bullseye from 8 feet instead of 7'9" .25" because that's the distance for soft tip darts. That is a 2-0 lead for Cast.
Matt Cast.
And I think that is the play that Joe Croft needed in the previous match.
Third leg, it's Adrian.
Stay away from
first.
double 16.
Game on.
And when he's got 38, go for 10 double 14, a double that he'd hit earlier in the match.
Well, we could be getting to matching that strange statistic. It actually came in Series 2, and it was the last 5 matches of Group A. Richard Veenstra beating Willem Mandegers 4-0. Chris Landman then beating Luke Getty 4-0. Adam Warner beating Mandegers 4-0. Landman beating Tony Newell 4-0. And then Veenstra getting the better of Getty with a whitewash win as well. 5 4-0s in a row, and that could be matched for the first time since, if Matt Cass can win the next 2 legs.
Series 2, week 8. So that must have been really close to Christmas, around 2022?
Correct. December the 14th that day would have been.
That would have been the last week before the World Championship. So that would have been the last Modus Super Series week before Michael Smith was a world champion.
Would have been the week that Adam Warner went on to win just before Christmas, and his university mates stormed the stage afterwards. That was a memorable moment at the time, although not for me until I got off that particular stage.
Did you enjoy playing security that night, by the way? And we eventually did find Adam Warner's dart that he lost.
100.
Well, during the celebrations, yeah, one of his darts went missing.
Yeah, it went under the carpet, didn't it? And under the stage.
60.
And he went to Q School about 6 weeks later, played with a new set of darts and got through.
Yeah, funded by the money that he won by winning that week.
135.
Totally, that week changed his life. And that's what can happen here, but the 4-0 doesn't look as likely to happen.
95. Adrian, you require 116.
That's got a 116 today. He's not going to double down, though.
60. Matt, you require
to
92.
keep the trend alive. I went for tops.
40. Adrian, you require
Doesn't matter which
56.
way around you go. It looks like double-double is the preferred route for most people when they've got 72 left for 2 now.
Double 4 here after finding that treble. Having to shuffle around. Oh, what a dart that is.
Leg, Adrian Gray.
And we will not get a 5th straight whitewash win. Gray won't let it happen to him. And that
Fourth
was,
flag, it's Matt to throw first.
just tell us how difficult that dart was. I think he's reacting to it as well, because you could see he actually had to throw it totally differently. The angle of entry was different to any of the dart he's thrown today.
Yeah, he's thrown that from the left-hand side of the oki.
100.
Probably added about 2 inches in length of the oki to that shot. Didn't even hit the flight on the way through. That was as accurate as you get for
100.
a shot offline. And it just goes to show how comfortable he is throwing from around 8 feet.
89.
There's a point I've been making to a lot of people recently who want to get better at this sport. The oche that we employ in steel tip darts is 7'9" and 1/4 inch.
140.
What people tend to forget is that that is a restriction of moving any further forward. There's no restriction as to how far back you throw.
140.
So if you're more comfortable throwing from 7'10" or 7'11", there's no problem with that.
Didn't you once hold a world record for the longest distance bullseye or something?
Yeah, Simon Whitlock and I shared a world record. And it was just a shade over 5 1/4 meters for the longest bullseye hit on the planet. It has now since been bettered, I believe.
Adrian, you require
Wouldn't recommend
124.
doing that as a practice regime.
It took me an hour and 49 minutes to get it done. It took Simon about 20 minutes.
Well, staying exactly where he is for this bullseye.
80.
But can't find it, so
Right,
Cass
you
has the
require
opportunity to open
32.
up that two-leg buffer again.
Game shot on a 4th leg. Matt Cast.
Yeah, he's definitely got something going here. This is decent.
5th leg. It's
And after
Adrian
starting
to throw
really
first.
strongly,
Game
Adrian
on.
seems to be letting this one slip a little bit. I'm not surprised to see what we've seen from Adrian. I said earlier on that you might get some really good tidy action around 85 to 90 as an average.
180.
But as far as tournament exposure is concerned, if you're playing a lot of tournaments, like Cast is, or Croft is,
48.
or Belmont is, playing 5 games in a day can be regulation. But if you're not playing a lot of tournaments, 5 games can be a lot.
43.
And Adrian's active, but maybe not as active as some of the other players in this group.
It was actually interesting talking to Mike Gillet this morning. Asked him that question, the extra game, do you think that will suit you or otherwise?
100.
He actually fancied having that extra match on each of the next 2 days. We're going to see him back in action after a bit of a wait for Gillet. He's going to take on Conan Whitehead in the next game.
80.
I really like the dart design that Adrian's got going at the minute as well. If you look at the middle of the barrel, there's a scoop in there. It's not a scallop. Scallop is a
59.
somewhat graduated dig into the middle of the tungsten, whereas he's got a dent in it, which is particularly for his thumb position.
60.
It's the kind of thing that Simon Whitlock employed, maybe to the best degree in the last 10 years when it comes to dart design.
96. Adrian, you require 138.
There's the 38.
98.
And there's the rest to lead tops.
$140. Adrian, you require 40.
To keep the match alive.
Game shot
Doesn't
on a
slip
5th
up either.
leg. Adrian
Nice and
Gray.
tidy. Now, someone has said on our YouTube chat that the world record for the bullseye hit from a distance
6th
is now
leg.
over
It's Matt to
7
throw
meters
first. Game on.
by a guy in New Zealand. I haven't heard about that. So if you want to send us a link to that, we'd love to know where that was done, by who, and if they have a
140.
Guinness World Record certificate.
Yeah, and also, just sprung to my mind when you said that,
140.
maybe one day we could have some world record attempts here at the Modus Super Series. So,
what kind though?
Yeah, give us your ideas. Open the chat. What would you like to see? What world records could be done on a
21.
dartboard that maybe is something a bit original?
Fastest leg is an obvious one.
80.
But we'd have to keep them quite short. We wouldn't have to do most points scored in a day or something like that.
Yeah, with PDC did something like the most bulls in a certain amount of time and things like that. Just what could you come up with? We'll leave it to you guys in the chat for your
125.
recommendations. And if we get something that is worth working with, I'll be on the phone to Guinness World Records tonight.
most treble 20s
95.
in a minute or a certain time frame. But I think what's important for world records to have some sort of
140.
A connection with the public who would want to try and do it themselves is that it has to be attainable and easy to go for, but almost hard to do at the elite level. So it would have to be something that people would want to try themselves.
140. Matt, you require 75.
Well, Matt Cass is hoping to end the perfect record of Adrian Gray here. 18 leaves him on tops.
35.
Over the top.
Adrian,
and that
you
could be the
require
turning point.
46.
Gray gets a chance to level. He would then throw for the win.
Not tops this time.
14.
Saw the dart
you
just
require
nosedive at
40.
the end. And Cast comes back for that tops. And 4-2.
And there it is. And this topsy-turvy group continues as Matt Cass ends Adrian Gray's short-lived unbeaten start today. Won his first 2 matches, but Cass has now reeled him in. And that means he joins him on 4 points at the top of the table. A win for the ADC qualifier. And Conan Whitehead and Mike Gillet will look to do the same. They've both got 1 win each. Whoever wins that one will make it a 3-way tie at the top. That's coming up after the break.
Chris Murphy is right. Today has been a bit of a topsy-turvy day. And which turn are we going to take next? Because everybody's got points today. 4 players on 2 points. 2 on 4. And now, who is going to join Adrian Gray and Matt Cast on 4? Are we going to get the fighting spirit of Gillet, who won his first game 4-3 today? Or are we going to get the blitz from the Barbarian, who found a 4-0 victory in his lap against They're now 4 points Matt cast in Game 6. As for trying to predict what happens next,
First leg, it's Mike to throw
good luck
first.
with that.
Game on.
Not that there's much luck in darts. It's all about who plays best. And I'd have to say at this point, Chris, the man with the scowl in his eye, Conan the Barbarian, has got to be favoured for this one.
Well, we were talking before the break about potential Guinness World Record attempts that could be done here at the Super Series. Conan Whitehead actually might hold one if we had the accreditors in here, because he used to launch his stem and flight from downstairs up onto the balcony after every match, and to try and take out me, you, or Henry Deacon, whoever happened to be up here. In actual fact, we've had to have a studio built just to protect ourselves.
He's never thrown anything at me.
To be fair, you were always in the box downstairs before it changed. Yeah,
I understand now. But that would be an interesting one if we take the 6 players from Group A, for instance, to the local football stadium. How far can you throw a dart?
Yeah, distance darts.
Who are you backing?
Oh, I think Conan's going to be up there.
140.
Mike Gillet. How far can he get in this game? How many legs can he win? Didn't win a leg in his last match. He's had a bit of a wait as well. 3 straight matches off for Gillet.
By the way, in our YouTube chat, there's been a few people putting their 6 pence in with suggestions for world records, but I have to agree with a lot of them who said round the board doubles, including the bullseye at the end, and the fastest time.
Or how far you can get around without missing. So you throw it double one, you miss it, your attempt's over. That's brutal, isn't it? We like brutal. And one person says all they need is Modus Super Series games. We're right with you there. And Mike Gillet is producing some fantastic stuff in this opening leg. A lovely 97 checkout. Leaving Whitehead waiting
Conan to throw first.
for leg 2 to get started.
If you were going to compare the Super Series to an Olympic event, it would be more like the 10,000 metres, because it does take a little bit of time to get your position. You may have to make a sprint in the middle to get yourself into contention, and then you have to play well at the end to get the result. It's not like the 400 metres last night. My word, what an event that was. And what a sprint to the end. By Quincy Hall. Who saw that coming?
58.
Now, these are the 2 players
60.
who have got that weekly win in the bank. Croft, Gray, Cast, and Belmont. No matter what they've done here previously, they have not done what these 2 have, which is be the person who has the interview at the end of the week, getting the fingerprints on the trophy. And Conan has taken it
85.
further. He's actually got his fingerprints on the series trophy, which not many people have.
Yeah, and another return to a Champions Week, so he's had that feeling more than anybody this week.
Last week we had only one weekly champion from the 12 players, and that was Conor Heenahan, and he fell in the final.
Needs to do some manoeuvring here. More manoeuvring. He's decided against it.
100.
Well, Paul Nicholson alongside me is pointing to the right. He felt he had to step across that way.
Yeah, I think he did the right thing on the single, but the double, I think he needed to go the other way. Easy for me to say sitting here, but we know Conan's game pretty well.
92. Conan, you require 20.
Great dart to put pressure on. Wow. Shouting at himself and then almost having to stop because he's put himself off with that shout. Corrects it. And it's all square.
That was one of those do as you're told moments.
It's Mike to throw first.
It's as if Dart 3 was so afraid of missing that it said, okay, boss, I'll just hit this for you. Well, we know that Mike Gillet is a
41.
teacher. Imagine what it'd be like if you had Conan as a student.
43.
Because these are two very different people. They're lovable in their own way, but they're very, very different people.
100.
I'd classify Conan as slightly intimidating, immensely funny,
140.
fiercely determined. As for Gillet, amiable, smart,
83.
and good.
It is a contrast in demeanours, approaches.
58.
But you get that a lot in darts. It's combat, isn't it? Non-contact sport, but it's a gladiatorial
60.
game. Gladiatorial game.
Can you imagine if it was a contact sport? Well, was it the 5,000 or the 10,000 meters over the last 24 hours? That's not a contact sport of such, but it actually came almost to blows between a British athlete and a French athlete.
97.
Almost came to blows between
You
a
require 106.
British dart player and a Dutch dart player yesterday. 120 is a nice shot, isn't it, for
Mike, you
Mike
require
Gillet?
120.
He can really lay them down. Lay the steps, but that is not going to be nice for him at all. That's horrible. Anything above a target for Gillet is going to be blocked.
You notice how we asked the referee what he
60.
scored there, and he was hopeful.
Conan, you require 60.
Jack Garwood was going to say 80 scored. Is this 60 scored?
40. Mike, you require 60.
Without having left 60, you can actually lay down a marker for tops this way. It's... Don't know how much help that is. That would have been more helpful, but it's double 10 now.
50. Conan,
It's
you
all
require 20.
Gone a bit scrappy.
Game shot on a third leg.
Conan takes full advantage of that. That's a break of throw for him.
Well, 2-1 to Conan Whitehead. Whitehead, yeah, with that advantage. I think just a slight technical issue that is being resolved at the moment, as Whitehead and Gillet have a little conversation.
I'm actually not sure that this is a good time for a slight break for Conan. He's only just starting to find his feet in this match.
Yeah, we're just going to update you on the state of play in this group as we just sort out this small issue. And you can see, well, it couldn't be closer, could it? This is a live table. So Conan Whitehead is in the lead in this game, 2-1. If he goes on to win the game, he will have 4 points along with Adrian Gray and Matt Cast. Stefan Belmont, Joe Croft and Mike Gillet would be on 2.
And we did say at the start of play that this group was going to be close. If Conan goes on to win this game, or indeed if Gillet was to go on to win himself, it's going to be as close as it could possibly be. The difference in legs, well, we're surprised that that's not a little bit wider because we have had, 4 4-0 scorelines in a row today. So that could be a drastic difference between top, which is 4 legs for Gray, and -4 for Gillet as it stands. That could have been a lot wider.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been one of those days where, even though there's been so many one-sided affairs, they've been shared. So we've got no idea really who we were expecting to be coming out on top in this group. Now the game is ready to resume.
4 flag. It's Conan
And it
to throw
resumes
first.
at the start of leg 4 with Conan Whitehead leading it 2-1.
43.
Performance of the day so far definitely goes down to Whitehead. 98.56. That was a 4-0 win against Cast. And not just his performance of the day, but his performance of the week so far. How many times has he said to us, indirectly and directly, that he is going to qualify for Saturday night? He's got so much faith in himself. It's almost as if he refuses to go home on Friday afternoon or Friday night.
96.
Well, the game that follows this is Belmont against Gray. That's an interesting one as well. You'll have just seen that Gray is on 4 points, Belmont's on 2. If we start to see players put 4 and 6 points between them and potential rivals, then they're starting to struggle.
What if it turns the other way, though? If Belmont beats Gray,
177.
He's on 4 alongside 3 other players. We could have something overnight that tells you that this day means very little.
Conan, you require 16.
Double 4 now. Double 2.
Game shot on 4 flag. Conan Whitehead.
Didn't tell himself off for missing double 4. He just got on with the
flag.
job.
It's Mike to throw first. Game on.
My previous comment about not knowing much about day 1. Think about it this way.
85.
If most players have got 6 points, we go into day 2 on Friday afternoon from 1 o'clock on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel thinking
81.
We might as well start from scratch. And it's essentially a one-day campaign.
140.
Just be part of the conversation overnight. Be within 2 points of the top. If you're in that position, you've got to shout.
Well, we've been talking about records today, Paul, and the one thing that hasn't happened yet at the Super Series is that group where everybody's got the same number of points. That can happen in a 2-day group.
140.
You'd expect if it was going to happen, it'd be Group B, but it could happen in Group C.
Play these situations long enough, it will happen.
You require 136.
Came one match away in a Group B campaign last year. Fallon Sherritt played Lee Budgeon in the final match. Had Budgeon won that, he would have won the group. He actually finished bottom of the group by losing it.
That's got to be the best group that's ever been played. But that's how you put a 180 into league tops for the match.
91.
And Gillet has to rescue himself here. And he's not going to. So Whitehead for a 4-1 win.
Conan, you
been a real turnaround for Conan today. Poor performance in his first match, but 2 decent displays in the ones that have followed. And 2 victories as well now out of 3 for Conan Whitehead, who joins Adrian Gray and Matt Cass at the top of the table. And he is happy with that. He's up for it for the rest of the day. Whitehead wins. Gillet goes down 4-1 at the hands of Conan. An average in the mid-80s and a victory to see him rise to the top of the table. Coming next, we're going to see if Adrian Gray can get a 3rd win of the day or whether or not Stefan Belmont can join the party at the peak of the pile.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And now we're about to go into round number 4 of Group C. This is what we've already seen. A topsy-turvy day to say the least, but look at what we saw in the middle of the pack. 4 4-0s in a row. And as the dust settles after the first 3 rounds, things are very tight, albeit with those 4-0 victories. We do have a plethora of players on 4 points, but 3 players in pursuit. Belmont, who has played some good darts today, he's got a chance of joining Adrian Gray on 4 points, as you can see with our next fixture. But Croft and Gillet are not out of it yet. But if they want to be part of the reckoning overnight, they're going to have to get cracking after this. So as we go back to the stage, it's going to be Belmont of Switzerland taking on Team UK's captain, predominantly over the last few years for the Soft Tip World Cup, Adi Gray. Hasn't won that title, but has been very close in the past with teammates like Tony Martin, Fallon Sherrick, yours truly. I'm sure that's a title he'd love to win in the future at some point, but the title he wants this week is that first weekly title here at the Modus Super Series.
And no reason why he can't get it. 2 previous visits, 2 finals nights reached for Adrian Gray. Big match this, though.
First leg, it's Stefan to throw first. Game on.
Both will feel like they are contenders at the moment, but if Adrian Gray wins this, he puts 4 points between himself and Belmont, who plays Whitehead in his last game. Whitehead's on a roll at the moment. This could turn into a disastrous day for Stefan.
It could.
94.
However, Stefan has beaten Whitehead 3 times out of 3 this week. But I stress that Whitehead is a slightly different beast today.
Yeah, the other side of the
60.
coin, of course, is Belmont wins this, and as Paul just described when we saw the league table, he becomes one of 4 players on 4 points.
The closer it is, the better tomorrow will be.
60.
Because everybody will sleep well tonight thinking, I've got a chance on Friday. But then again, so has everybody else. But based on form books, based on averages this week, based on likelihoods, this situation that we have right now, I'm not surprised by it one bit.
70.
Isn't it scary to think that Adrian Gray is now 43 years of age?
100.
I remember when he was a budding young player. Time can fly, just like the darts, very quickly.
100.
And in this group, your chances can change very quickly as well. And Belmont will be fully aware of that at the moment. He's playing a match here which will determine whether or not he's actually sharing the lead
47.
or whether he'll be playing catch-up when it comes to tomorrow.
Well, what you don't want at the end of the day is to have 4 points, but you've lost your last 3 games.
137. Adrian, you require 154.
It's a big ask. Too much of an ask at this time.
54. Stefan, you require 40.
Closest game we've had in the last 5 or 6 was when Gray lost to Cast. And he's lost the first leg in this one in 17 darts. Any idea which language
Second leg,
Stefan Belmont speaks? Because it could be one of 3.
Oh, it doesn't speak, so
maybe he speaks them all. Because they do have 3 predominant languages in Switzerland, don't they? Italian, French, and German. Roger Federer can speak them all, of course.
97.
And there are countries in Europe that have this adaptability to speak different languages. Belgium, especially. French, Dutch, Flemish.
45.
Pretty good at English, too. But even if he doesn't speak much,
60.
Going into that practice room, he can just find his own little bubble, let everybody else do the talking, and he can come up here and feel like he's a bit of a lone wolf, but sometimes that's a good thing.
Well,
you don't have any help up there.
Yeah, your competitors at the end of the day. It's one of those strange sports where there aren't many of them actually, where the practice area, the warm-up area is shared. Most individual sports, they'll have separate, whether it's a dressing room, a changing room, a practice area. They won't be with their opposition very much, but in a game like darts, you spend an awful lot of time with the people that you're trying to defeat.
I think in tennis sometimes you could play against someone who you have been practicing with. I think that's happened a lot in the Olympics and in the slams this year.
60.
Driving ranges at major golf tournaments, you do have your own zone, but only about 3 or 4 meters of it.
Yeah, but the day of the match, the day of the tournament, you're separate, aren't you?
41.
Yeah, I can't imagine
Adrian, you require
Deontay Wilder and
144.
AJ sharing a ring together before they actually fight each other.
Just being in the same area, just even forget about practice, they're not going to be in the same changing
40.
room, either. They're not going to have the ability that darts players get to even get into each other's minds before they get onto the stage.
By the way, I have it on good authority that Stefan speaks German, which I think is the most popular language in Switzerland.
59. Adrian, you require 104.
104, the offering here for Adrian. Takes off 54. So now needs double 16.
72.
We saw Conan
Stefan,
Whitehead
you
take out the
require
156 earlier
156.
today. And Belmont do the same.
$60. Adrian, you require 32.
Now, these are the shots you can't afford to miss. Just polish it off.
No
And
score.
that's the spot he couldn't hit.
Stefan, you require
He could have found
96.
the guide at the top, the guide at the bottom, but the middle, slightly under-delivered there. It was always going to miss. Now, what's he going to go for here?
Wait.
So many options.
Yeah, he must be staying on the treble 20 to have moved there. So many choices, as Paul said. If he wanted to go for a treble, it could have been treble 16,
64.
but maybe it would have been better going
Adrian, you
double-double.
require 32.
We'll talk about that more in a second, because that annoys me when that happens.
Game shot
He
on the
has lost the
second
leg
Adrian Gray.
by virtue of making what I would classify as a tactical mistake. Walk into a
Third leg,
restaurant,
it's
any
Stefan to throw
restaurant,
first.
they give you a menu
Game
and they
on.
say, we've got everything apart from the salmon. And then Stefan sits down and says, I'll have the salmon. You've got a blocked treble 20. You can go
92.
double 18 double top, 2 double 19s, treble 12 tops, treble 16 double 14. Take your pick. So why would you pick the bed that is blocked?
41.
These are the kind of mistakes that lead to failure.
100.
Now, don't get me wrong, I have made mistakes in the past. Marginal errors. And maybe I've done that in the past, which makes me a bit of a hypocrite.
134.
But one thing about sitting in the commentary chair a little bit more over the last few years, it's allowed me to learn some routes that are better, and I've been educated by some of the younger guys and the younger girls.
99.
A good first start. Something to build on.
99.
Couldn't build on it too much.
But did you see what he did as soon as he misses it high? It skids off that barrel, goes to the left a little bit, covers the 60 bed, and his
45.
instinct immediately is to switch.
Belmont there just with a scrappy visit has left a bogey.
125.
It's worked out pretty well. 2 good darts, 1 bad one.
$95. Adrian, you require 102.
See, that's debatable as well, isn't it?
62.
Yeah.
Stefan, you require 70.
Yeah, not a fan. 2 darts in hand. 82. Bigger targets are available. Tops is available now for Belmont.
Game
That
son
he
of
utilises
third
the
leg,
marker
Stefan Belmont.
to get the lead in this game.
Fourth leg, it's Adrian to throw first. Game on.
The culmination of the Challenge Tour season isn't that far away. And Belmont, who is
43.
in 10th position in that table, he is currently £2,325 behind Danny Jansen. That is a gap that can be
56.
bridged. Because if you win a tournament, it's £2,500. If he was to win another tournament this year, he would be getting himself into the race for a tour card
100.
and the World Championship. Currently, the 2 spots at the top are being occupied by Danny Jansen and Christian Kist, closely followed by Andy Bolton and Connor Scott.
And the 2 you mentioned at the
96.
very top played very well in the first half of the year, but have started to fade a little bit, haven't they? So they may be sitting ducks at the top of the table there if someone is going to have a similar surge towards the end of the season.
100.
Yeah, it looks like John Henderson's going to be in an attacking position once again to get that tour card back. But I suppose it's, from a
42.
neutral's point of view, John's a friend of mine, but do we want him to go back to the tour? Because if he does, he's not going to be able to defend his World Seniors Championship.
Yeah, and of course we'd like to see him here.
60.
Whatever happens with that tour, we'll keep you up to date with it here as well. But right now, Belmont needs a 140 or 137.
137.
That'll work. You ever seen that page on YouTube? They use darts for their trick shots. That'll work. We should get in touch with those guys and see if they want to come do some challenges here.
60.
They've done some with the Minnesota Vikings.
170.
170 for Belmont. Not going to go. But he's going to be well placed, and it might mean that Adrian Gray needs to take out the 138.
134. Adrian, you require 138.
That's really good. Belmont with a 137, then a 134, forcing Gray into the corner.
Well, it's a good lead, but it may not matter.
86.
Double 18 for Belmont for a 2-leg lead, and he will then be throwing to win the match.
18. Adrian, you require 40.
I don't know about all of you, but I didn't think he was going to miss that. And I'm sure Adrian didn't think he was going to miss it either.
Game shot on a fourth leg.
Adrian does not miss.
Gray.
And the tighter this is, the tighter the table will continue to be.
Fifth flag, it's Stefan to throw first. Game on.
Could have been throwing for the win here instead. He's just trying to fend off Adrian Gray. I don't want to make a point, Paul. You mentioned something to me off air before we started that you haven't mentioned on air yet. It's quite a significant
100.
anniversary today, isn't it?
It is. The 8th of August will forever be the day that the World Match Play was won for the very first time by Larry Butler.
Yeah, 30 years ago
100.
today. Beat Dennis Priestley in that famous final, when the field actually in Blackpool was made up of half the new PDC players as it was at that time.
100.
Half North American players, wasn't it? Nobody really expected one of them to win it, but he did.
85.
Do you remember who he played in the first round?
Who, Larry or...
Larry.
No, not sure. Go on.
Steve Raw. He had
91.
one of the stranger actions on the PDC tour. But Steve was pairs partners with likes of Graham Stoddart and Shane Burgess back in the day.
100.
And Shane Burgess, very good friend of Adrian Gray's. And Dennis Priestley, in fact, in the first game he ever played at the match play played Eric
Adrian,
Bristow.
you require 136.
Eric Bristow in the first round. Won quite easily. 8 legs to 3 though. That was 40. That was 30 years ago, not 40 years ago.
128. Stefan, you require
30
70.
years ago. Incredible.
I'm looking for 30 here. Gets it in 2 darts to leave 40.
30. Adrian, you require 8.
This is a huge opportunity now for Adrian Gray. Talking about the table being tight, but if Gray wins this leg and then this match, he starts to pull clear of at least Belmont, one of the rivals, and he has the chance to do it with that breaker throw.
Just how cataclysmic now are those 3 misses at double 18 for that 3-1 lead.
Game on.
Would you like a nice, big, juicy piece of evidence as to how incredible darts longevity can be? As Adrian Gray starts to fluff his own confidence. A really good friend of Adrian's, who he's shared the soft tip circuit with a lot over the last 10 or so years, on this starting day won the Los Angeles Open in 1993. The great Paul Lim.
140.
This is a sprint now from Gray. He's found his mojo. He's enjoying this game now, and he's not far away from getting a maximum amount of points out of this match.
58.
Because there was a time where he was thinking, I'm not going to get anything.
Yeah, it's a really, really solid end to the game. And we've just seen an example
65.
here where one player had the opportunity and didn't take it, and the other player has then got the opportunity and grasped it with both hands. Belmont could have been throwing for a 4-1 win in this game. Instead, it was 2-2. Gray now finds himself 116 points away from the victory.
Oh, this happened to Stefan yesterday. He had a good start, but didn't have a good finish. On that occasion, it was against Harry Ward.
80.
On this occasion, he is coming back, but that double 18, which he missed in leg 4 3 times, he might see it pierced by his opponent to take him out.
It was the double 18 that was the undoing
57.
of Belmont.
Adrian, you require 36.
Now Gray looking to find it and to announce himself as the lead contender in Group C. And Adrian Gray does that with a 4-2 success over the Swiss slinger, who is finding himself in a perilous position now, having already lost 3 matches. If he loses his final match against Conan Whitehead, it might be unassailable, depending on what Gray and co do at the top of the table. Whitehead will be back in action next. He is going to take on Joe Croft. On we go then here at the Modus Super Series as Conan Whitehead and Joe Croft are about to do battle on the live lounge stage. And Whitehead has turned his day around, as has Croft to some extent, largely down to a large win over Stefan Belmont in his previous outing. 4-0 Croft beat Belmont by, but Whitehead has won his last two, a 4-1 win over Mike Gillet, followed a 4-0 victory of his own against Matt Cast. That after Whitehead had lost his first game and Croft had lost his first two. A victory here for Whitehead would see him join Adrian Gray with 3 wins from 4 and 6 points at the top of the table. And it looks like those two are emerging then as the lead contenders, but let's not write off Matt Cast yet, because he could do the same when he takes on Mike Gillet. We'll have a real separation then. However, Croft has shown plenty of potential this week, and it's not a foregone conclusion by any stretch of the imagination.
Not at all. Take this game by the scruff of the neck. Get yourself into contention for tomorrow, but is this the worst time to play Conan Whitehead this week? Probably.
Perfect start for the first ever Super Series champion. And that's 4 perfects. And that's 5. And that's not perfect, but I think it actually deflected somewhat.
Do you know what? If he'd hit a 9-dart leg, he would have risen to the girders at the top of this place and announced it with a megaphone.
Well, he's certainly found his range here, hasn't he?
100.
On a potential 11. Joe Croft back on 3-11.
60.
Yeah, Conan doesn't have a very good record against the players that he's playing today for the 4th time this week.
78.
He's 2-1 down to Croft this week and 3-0 down to Belmont. And he could put a lot of that right in the next 3 matches played.
57.
Because he's playing his last 2 today in the next 3. And he's already 1 up. Thanks to that 13-darter. Strong start.
Second leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
If you're going to set up a gauntlet of darting hard men, let's say it's like gladiators where there's 5 of them, is Conan Whitehead part of that for you?
60.
I think he's certainly be in there. If it's Super Series, yeah.
I'd have a bit of Dave Honey in there, because he's basically a ninja.
60.
There are players that you wouldn't fancy having a disagreement with, but it didn't stop
83.
Marvin Van Velzen yesterday, did it?
It's going to make for a really interesting night tonight. Who's he going to have a disagreement with tonight? It's not going to be Chaz.
83.
He gets on with everybody.
The action underway from 10 p.m. this evening, Group B, featuring Chaz Barstow, Marvin Van Velzen, Harry Ward, Nathan Gervin,
57.
and Thomas Lovely. And I say Gervin in that fashion because he can be, out of the other 4, a bit of a live wire at times.
So you're saying that Gervin
140.
against Van Velzen tonight cannot be missed. Which game is that?
Game 2.
So about 10, 20, something like that?
140.
Save yourself
Joe,
any
you
hassle.
require
Tune in
118.
from 10 and don't miss it.
Yeah, Chaz Barstow, Harry Ward getting the action underway. That should be a very
78.
decent
Joe,
darting
you
duel.
require 161.
Right now, Conan trying to double his lead by taking out an enormous checkout. Gave it a go.
97. Joe, you require
He's got the biggest
40.
checkout of the day, but that one was just a little harder.
Gave Sean a second
And the
leg.
game's a bit
Joe
harder
Croft.
now. Equaliser from Crofty.
Third leg, it's Conan to throw first.
He seems to be playing the longest and most arduous game of blockbusters on his shirt.
100.
Seems to be a very popular design, hexagons, on dart shirts. I blame Martin Clearmaker, by the way. I think he started that.
60.
There's someone I'd love to see here, but I'm not sure what he's doing at the minute. I think Clearmaker's taking a bit of a break.
Yeah,
from the
he
game,
did,
isn't he?
yeah. Took some time off after the demands of having a
97.
tour card. I know you can attest to that, and there are some players that just never stop trying to play their way through whatever
96.
they're going through, but sometimes a break is best.
I think, from my personal perspective, sometimes you just need to do what's best for you.
60.
Whether it's spending more time with family, focusing more on yourself, and darts takes its toll.
85.
Especially mentally. And if you can't hack it at the top level, you've got to ask yourself whether it is actually for you anymore.
180.
Superb stuff from Conan Whitehead in this game. Averaging well into 3 figures.
81. Conan, you require 64.
Working his way down. It's a good marker as well for the double.
48.
Hasn't used it.
Seems an awfully long time ago when he was playing Adrian Gray in Game 2 that he wasn't hitting much at all. Since then, he's played superbly.
Yeah, he's really been on it, hasn't he?
57. Conan, you require 16. $12.
I just
You
wonder.
require 122.
Let's see if this goes in first. I'm just curious about something. I wonder if Conan's points are
90.
just the tiniest bit
Conan,
too
you
long.
require 4. Game shot on a third
Not on that
leg.
occasion,
Conan
but
Whitehead.
every now and again, the darts hit the board and they just stand up a bit
Fourth
too
leg. It's
upright.
Joe to throw first. Game on.
Because of the fine margins in this sport, I just wonder if he had a point that was maybe 2 millimeters shorter.
140.
He might have a bit more balance. Because they are exceptionally long.
Yeah, they end up sometimes dropping, don't they, as well? So they
140.
rest in the dartboard and start to fall down. We saw that with Simon Whitlock, actually. That's why he started to use really rough points.
100.
Because the dartboard wasn't taking the point and leaving the dart in the angle that he would have hoped for, that kind of angle.
Yeah, look how upright they are. And look how much point
140.
is on shore. And that's probably about 75% of the point because a chunk of it will be inside the board.
All of those inside the treble from Joe Croft, who's now making his own move in this game. A great game.
125. Joe, you require 81.
No one really deserves to lose this leg from the scoring section, but after a dozen darts, Croft is forced
56.
to go for the ball.
Conan, you require
Now,
96.
what does Whitehead do on dart 2? He went for the 60 because the 60 was open.
38. Joe, you require
If he was underneath,
25.
he would have gone double-double.
Oh, I'm not sure about this shot either. It's not going to come into effect, the reason that I'm against it, but he totally blocked double
Conan, you
5 with the
require
first dart.
58.
So had he got inside, he'd have made it harder for himself.
There's only one person going to make it harder for Joe. And that would have
48.
been Conan if he'd hit that.
Joe, you require 20.
So back for 2 10s. This is getting 2
No
10s.
score. Conan, you require 10.
The missed doubles are returning for Crofty. Whitehead stares at 5s. No longer. Second time in the match he's hit 2s.
Conan Whitehead.
Apparently 2s never lose.
And they haven't.
Fifth
Conan
flag.
Whitehead.
It's Conan to throw first. Game on. $135.
This is turning out to be a pretty decent day for Conan. If he can finish this game off pretty quickly.
36. $95.
But I suppose he would look at this fixture, and with all due respect to Joe, he will look at this game like he should win it at this point in time because he's played better today than Joe has. wasn't a great deal of points between them in Group A. I just wonder how many points are going to be between them overnight.
75.
Look at the motivation from Whitehead, even going for that treble 18. He wants this game finished in 5 legs.
83.
Yeah, it's been really impressive. It was almost a worrying start for Whitehead, the way
58.
that he didn't perform against Adrian Gray in match 1, but since then, he's been absolutely exceptional. Dug deep, he's commanded the
60.
stage in the way that we've spoke about he can do, with that air of a former champion, and he's proving to be fierce for all his opponents.
Don't even go for the 60 here.
41.
He did the right thing. I know he didn't hit it, but he did the right thing. Look on the bright side, he's still on a 2-darter.
100.
If he hits it, he wins.
Could go the double. That was the intention.
57.
Tees up tops. Croft, though, has a chance.
He's got tops.
62. Conan, you require.
And judging by
40.
that expression, he thinks this game is done and dusted.
$20.
Match darts
Joe,
go
you
begging.
require
3 of them
20.
for Conan Whitehead, allowing Croft to return.
Takes those darts out the board as if to
Gates
say,
on a fifth
how
leg,
dare
Joe
you
Croft.
not do what I asked you to do? And you know what happens next?
6th leg. It's
He
Joe
is
throw
going to be
first.
angry that the
Game
game
on.
is not finished, and he's going to take it out in that treble 20 next.
But Croft has the chance to show him first what he's up against.
99.
Only one treble. Already one for Conan. Make that 2.
140.
So he wins the first mini exchange as he looks to cancel out that break and get the match in the bag.
140.
I don't know if anybody can hear that, but the way
60.
that Conan throws the dart, it just make a slightly different sound when they hit the board. Some people's darts, they go in and they just have this little shade of an echo.
98.
Whereas Conan throws them, it's more like a thud. That's a beautiful 180. If you looked at his body position for that 180, he did not move a single centimetre when he was throwing each dart. Technically perfect.
100. Conan, you require 121.
Chance then to get it won here and now. It's on. 11s. And now the bull.
96. Joe, you require 64.
This really has been a very decent contest that could have been finished in the previous leg. Does it go all the way?
Game shot on a 6th leg. Joe Croft.
He hasn't shown that clinical side a great deal today, but now if Whitehead loses this match,
Final leg. It's Conan to throw first.
having thrown
Game
first in the last leg, you might want to give him a wide berth.
This is a huge leg of darts.
77.
Not so much for Conan Whitehead, has already got 2 wins to his name, but it's a huge leg for Joe Croft. It's a huge leg for Mike Gillet, and it's an even bigger leg for Stefan
85.
Belmont. Because he's already played 4 matches and only won 1 of them. If Conan Whitehead wins this, and then Adrian Gray wins his last
21.
match, Conan goes on to beat Belmont in his last match, that would see Stefan start tomorrow 6 points behind the pair of them. I don't think that's catchable.
58.
Of course, mathematically it is, but the way this group has gone with everybody being able to beat everybody, I just don't think a 6-point deficit will be overturned, and that'll be both of the qualifying places that far ahead of him.
Whitehead's done well here to recover after a really bad second visit.
100.
Pretty much on as even. So even after that mistake of scoring only 21 points with visit 2,
85.
he has still got the impetus here. Ahead by almost a visit. I said almost. Now there's a deficit.
140.
Croft needs to win. The bottom half of the table need Croft to win. He's going to get a shot to win. But Conan Whitehead's going to be left on something rather smaller.
96. Joe, you require 118.
Not sure about that use of the 20 at the end. The shot's off for Croft.
86.
Now, which route is he
Conan,
going
you
to
require
employ?
91.
Huge shot. Biggest of Group C this week so far.
Goes for the 17s. I don't think the bull ever suits him. I think he's made his mind up and changed it 3 times so far. He has gone for the bull. 2 darts in hand.
51.
I don't think that
Joey
works,
requires
and he's annoyed with
32.
himself.
$16.
It strikes again.
Conan, you require 40.
They've both had 3 match darts. Pulls apart as well.
Game shot.
And
the
Whitehead
match,
wins it.
Conan Whitehead.
Enthralling 7-leg contest, which takes Whitehead to the top of the table. He's now got the same points, the same leg difference, and the same legs won as Adrian Gray. And he's wondering how he's done that, because he thought when Joe Croft was on 32 with 3 darts that he was going to lose that one, but he has edged it by 4 legs to 3. And when we come back, Mike Gillet is going to take on Matt Cast.
World Youth Champion. 180. Oh, what a response that is from his father. 140. Back-to-back 140s. Deciding leg of 7. My goodness, back-to-back 180s. We've seen 2 9s in last year's Modus League. Seen a couple of 10s. Not seen a 9 yet. 91. In the Online Darts Live League. Number 19. Double 12 for the 9. And he gets the 9. What a way to win.
He left it. He might hit it. Pause for effect. Oh, there we go. What a beauty.
I'm qualifying for Saturday night's final because the the runner-up, the winner of the 3rd and 4th place playoff will get their crack at Champions Week.
180.
Trying to get their hands.
45.
Some of you on them forums earning a year.
180.
Oh, welcome back, Martin. Where have you been? Where did you go?
100. Martin, you require 141.
Double 12. Absolutely outstanding from Martin Adams as he hits a 9-darter.
Well, those were the days, weren't they? Paul Nicholson alongside me, Chris Murphy, here at the Modus Super Series. Well, we've become so accustomed to how things are, Paul. Sometimes I forget how they used to be. But it didn't all start here, did it? And maybe from time to time we should remind ourselves of how far this Super Series has come. Not only did it not start here, it didn't even start with the footage we just saw from Southampton. It actually started with players in their bedroom, didn't it? Basically, with a webcam.
It's amazing how things can
First
change,
leg,
but
it's Matt
that
to
was a
throw
nice little
first.
slice of the past, wasn't it?
Game on.
Digging the music, by the way. Sounded like something from a Jim Belushi movie from the 80s or something.
Yeah, those of you watching on the YouTube channel would have
100.
seen that wonderful trip down memory lane, but it's all focused on the future now, well, the present, to get to where they want to be in the future, because
60.
there are a couple of players that are starting to pull away in this group. Matt Cass can be amongst them if he beats Mike Gillet here, but Gillet could find himself cut adrift in a similar way
41.
to how Stefan Belmont has been, to how Joe Croft has been. So a big game to determine whether or not we've got sort of
96.
3 sets of 2 in this table, or 2 sets of 3.
It's amazing how things can change so quickly as well. If we break a daily campaign down into 5 rounds,
140.
it couldn't be tighter than it was at the end of round 3. But by the end of round 4, this canyon
81.
appears between the top 3 and the bottom 3. And the complexion of the table is vastly different.
60.
But that is entirely up to Cast. You said in the last match that everybody in the bottom half wanted Croft to win.
140.
He didn't. Now
You
everybody
require
in the bottom half,
160.
they want Gillet to win.
$78.
Can Mike put
Mike, you
Cast
require
under the guillotine?
124.
14s. And the ball.
78. Matt, you require 82.
Cass will be looking to locate the target with the first start that Gillet missed with the last, and does for double 16.
50.
Not really that close
Mike,
to
you
double
require
16 either.
46.
So Gillet decides to leave tops again.
Game
This
shot
time
on
it
the first
works.
leg, Mike Gillet.
Did he decide, or did he just throw in an area there? It was quite low in that 6, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people out there who
Second leg, it's Mike
hedge
to throw
their bets
first.
by... I can't believe
Game
people
on.
do this, you know, because I've never done it. And if you speak to any player that has done good things in sport, they don't look for that safe option unless
98.
they're feeling very, very nervous. So anybody who tells you, I just aim for the wire between the 10 and the 6, no, they don't.
60.
I was actually interested in a theory that Matthew Edgar has, and we saw it earlier actually. Adrian Gray, he was on 56,
7.
and he actually hit the treble 16. And Matthew Edgar said he thinks that's a really sensible shot, because you laser focus on a target, and often when players are going for a
99.
massive target, they can almost throw the dart lazily and end up missing. If you miss, you're still going to be on a double, but you are really focused on a small section.
100.
I understand that concept, but it is more risky, because if you're slightly off going for a treble, you might go into another single or another treble that will scupper your
55.
shot. So to combat that, go for the big single, but find something within the big single to focus on, like the middle.
Fallon Sherritt will do it as well, won't she, on
96.
52.
Yeah, I think Bo Greaves does the same. Goes for the treble 12 to leave double 8. It's one of the great things about the dartboard. It's so flexible. Whereas it is
41.
literally rigid. From a numeracy point of view, it is about as flexible as it gets in sport. I've actually seen Bobby George
85.
teach Rachel Riley about the complexities of a dartboard. That was maybe the most interesting maths lesson I've ever seen.
140. Mike, you require 115.
Starting on the ball.
It's got to be 15 bull. Highlight real time.
It's not a bad dart for him, is it? Oh, couldn't
90.
quite use it.
Do you know, that wasn't
require
showmanship. That
106.
was on purpose. It does actually have a lot of sense attached to it.
Well, it's a bit like what we were saying before, actually. That
74.
when you miss, you're giving
Mike, you
yourself a
require
chance still. In
25.
pretty much every dart of the visit until the last one. 8 now the target. Miles away, 4-4. In.
Shot on his second leg.
And
Mike
2-0 up.
Gillet.
Yeah, just talk us through that shot, Paul.
Bull leaves 65.
Third leg. It's
Then you
Matt
go
to throw
15
first.
bull. You do have the option, of course, to go treble 15, double 10. Get the 25. Then you survey where the lie is. For Mike, if he's just
100.
under the bull, he might stay on it. Hit it and leave tops. Or you can go to the 18s. You get treble for double.
140.
Or if you look little, you go 25, tops bull. And then you upset your opponent.
96. 58.
Do you want to have one more instalment of this starting day?
Let's go for it.
Considering we're going to the end of Group C. We've only got 4 more games to go. But back in 1993, same year that Paul Lim won the LA Open, Preston Ridd on the same day won the New Zealand Open. Preston Ridd, who played in the 2011 PDC World Championship, beating Mickey Mansell on debut in the prelims. Preston was actually at the World Match Play recently with his wife Sandy. Great to see them there, having a European holiday and stopping in at Blackpool
59.
on the way to Scotland.
Well, here the Welshman, Mike Gillet, is just reminding everyone that he
85. Matt, you require
could be a
148.
competitor to get through from this group. He's still got a couple of games left, and they might be favourable because a win here against Cast, and then he would take on Adrian Gray, somebody who
60. Mike, you require 133.
that game would be a 4-pointer, wouldn't it?
Good switch.
$93. Matt, you
A lot to
require
admire about that
88.
visit. He controlled the pace and made Cast wait for his chance at this 88, which must go.
46. Mike, you require 40.
Didn't consider the treble there. He was content with the dart of the bull. But it's 3 at tops for Gillet here.
Game
And
shot on
he
a
finds
third
it.
leg. Mike Gillet.
And actually, we saw with that camera angle at the end that he had actually blocked half of
Fourth
the bed,
leg.
went
It's
to the
Mike to
left-hand
throw
side of it.
first. Game on.
Yeah, some people will miss tops high. They will stay exactly where they are and try and hit that dart to bounce it in. Mike doesn't have that luxury. If he misses high, he's got to go left or right.
85.
It's one of the things, if you just watch darts and you've never really played darts, you would have thought that that was a completely clear bed, because usually the camera angle, the main camera angle on the board is shooting from below. So it won't give you a true reflection of how the darts lie. His darts there actually look like they're upward standing. They're not.
140.
They are flat as pancakes.
And as we saw, a little bit left leaning as well.
97.
So if he hits high and right, then he's in a bit of bother.
Yeah, but you remember Taylor's bullseye at the match play, don't you?
140.
Best dart ever against James Wade in the final.
I'd have to agree with that. I can't remember a better one.
40.
Can't imagine a better scenario for Mike Gillet in the bottom 3 than this.
I think he fancied that and just maybe threw it a bit too quickly.
Yeah, I'm with you. That first dart was so delicious. He probably thought the second one was just going to follow. 4-0s. There have been plenty.
44. Mike, you require 58.
In it goes, and it is a 4-0 for Mike
Gillet.
Gillet. Well, who saw that coming? Cast had been arguably the better of the two for the most part today, but it's Gillet who manages to double his win tally and joins his beaten opponent on 4 points in the middle of the table and could yet climb towards the top of it, because he's going to take on Adrian Gray, who is on 6 points in a couple of games' time. But before that, Conan Whitehead, well, this is a huge match. Whitehead taking on Belmont. Belmont must win. As simple as that. And it's coming up next. Just 3 fixtures left to go then on Thursday afternoon here in Group C. Conan Whitehead and Stefan Belmont about to play them. Their days have gone different ways, really. Whitehead and Belmont, well, they both lost their first match, but since then, we've seen Conan carry on winning. Belmont did get a 4-0 win against Mike Gillet, but lost 4-0 to Joe Croft in the next round and then to Adrian Gray. Whitehead has managed to win his last 3 fixtures and goes into this one in a very good position in the table. In fact, couldn't be in a better position. He's top of it, level on everything with Adrian Gray. Those two seem to be pulling away from the rest of the field, but that win for Gillet before the break over Cass has put him on the same points as him, Joe Croft and Stefan Belmont. You would think Paul Nicholson would have to win their final game today to be in contention tomorrow.
Yes, absolutely. The last thing you want to have is a 6-point cushion for your opponent overnight before you play them again. Because this will be match 3 come tomorrow afternoon. Right now, this has a feel of being a very big fixture. If you're trying to find a reason as to why Belmont can beat Whitehead, look no further than the fact that Belmont has beaten Whitehead 3 times out of 3 this week. But I stressed earlier, before we started talking about this fixture, this is a very different Conan Whitehead today. He's always different on Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays compared to Mondays, Tuesdays and Wednesdays. He has that extra urgency.
39.
And he needed it to the very end against Joe Croft. That is a game that he won by 4 legs to 3. And he will be wondering how.
59.
Could have won it 4-1, had 3 darts at tops and missed them all. And then Joe had 3 darts at 32 to beat him 4-3, missed them all. And then Conan swoops in to get the win.
100.
It is a huge, huge game for Belmont. You get those games, don't you, where if you lose
100.
you're pretty much out of the race. But then if you win it, it looks so much brighter. Just one result can change everything. He could find himself 2 points off the top of the table at the end of the day, or he could find himself 6 points adrift of second in the table.
By the end of round 1 tomorrow, he could be on the same amount of points as Conan Whitehead. But that means
86.
he'd have to beat Conan 5 times out of 5 in a weekly campaign.
Yeah, that's tough.
100.
But a big must-win match here. And Conan Whitehead will know that. He'd love to sort of pull the lever and send Belmont crashing through the tungsten
60.
trapdoor.
Stefan, you require 142.
And he's got to have that urgency, because if you think 6 points is enough, that's not the right mentality. Conan knows that.
86. Conan,
Shots
you require
like this,
116.
they are part of his arsenal. Double top.
76.
Very well thrown.
Stefan, you require 56.
Is Belmont going for the same target? Has to be.
$36. Conan, you require 40.
You can use that. He
Game
does
shot
use
of
it straight
first
underneath
leg. Conan
and straight in
Whitehead.
front of Stefan Belmont here. What a day it's been for Whitehead. What a day it
Second
could
leg.
turn
It's Stefan to
into.
throw first. Game on.
I think today has been a very, very good quality, especially on the doubles, because my point is the most amount of
100.
darts at double that we've seen from any player in a match is 18. And that was from Mike Gillet in the first match of the day. Actually, it's 19 from Croft in that first game. I do beg your pardon. However, if you compare that to yesterday, the most we saw was Marvin van Velsen getting 22.
60.
Overall, I think Belmont's been really tidy on his doubles again. But just like yesterday, he's not
57.
taking enough compared to the chances he's getting, in my opinion. I think that's a slightly unfair statement. But he is being outgunned on the treble 20, so he's not getting as many opportunities as he maybe should.
81.
I just feel that Conan, you mentioned it, he knows it's about getting to finals now. We saw that with Colin Osborne, didn't we, on his last trip here, Thursday and Friday.
92.
Completely different beast, lost one match. The last match, in fact. And I think Conan's got that in his sights again. Whereas maybe Belmont has plateaued. Whitehead has
45.
raised his game, and he's giving it some as well. You can see every reaction, living every dart.
It's almost like he's already paid for his hotel for the whole week, and he's leaving on Sunday morning,
60.
and he refuses to lose out on getting to Saturday because he doesn't want to waste the money on the hotel for Saturday night. Everybody's got their own motivations.
59.
And Conan's
Conan, you require
motivation,
112.
he might have a little bit of jest about it, but it's about legacy here. He wants to be renowned as the best Super Series player. He's said this for about a year now.
52. Stefan, you require 156.
This is a shot that Conan took earlier. And as the day goes on, Stefan is starting to miss low
58.
an awful lot.
Conan, you require 60.
Well, there's plenty of space.
Game
And
shot
he
of
uses that
second leg.
space
Conan
and leads
Whitehead.
2-0. This is a very good game for Conan Whitehead. You know, he's not having to produce an
Third leg,
incredibly
it's
high
Conan
standard,
to
but he's
throw
doing
first.
exactly what he needs to do. Belmont
Game
is
on.
looking a little lost up there right now.
Notice how Conan's got the name of his daughter on the back of his shirt.
140.
It's one of those old names that it's almost come back into fashion. It's quite nice, actually, isn't it? And it was around about the time he won his series where Ada was born.
Yep, not long after all, the money would have come in handy.
58.
Must be something about that. Scott Taylor had a child the week he won his series as well, didn't he?
Yeah, and I also think he didn't win the series, but got to Champions Week. And I've since got a tour card, Matt Dennant.
121.
I can't quite see the name on the collar from the angle, the stance that he
99.
has on the hockey. There you see it, just over the shoulder of Stefan Belmont.
Well, the back of his shirt, you might think it's just a white splodge. It's actually the circumference of Switzerland.
140.
I'm not sure that's going to catch on as a phrase for Switzerland, though. More than just a splodge.
$42.
He needs more than that in this game, doesn't
Definitely
he? But
require 140.
it's a bit of a mess from Conan.
I think he realised after he'd thrown dart 3 that he made a bit of a boo-boo. He shouldn't tell himself off too much because this leg isn't over yet.
108.
But it might be shortly. Usually when you leave 162, you hit 2 treble 20s just to make yourself feel worse.
Definitely require 32.
Well, this has to go. And it has
Shot
gone.
on the third leg.
And it is a break as well for Belmont, so there is still a way back in to this group.
Fourth leg. It's Stefan to throw first. Game on.
Conan is annoyed. Even if he'd left a finish of, say, 164, 170,
60.
very unlikely he's going to take it anyway, so don't tell yourself off too much. Just get even by taking the next leg, if indeed there is one. But that has been happening a little bit this week. Tends to happen to people with longer points. Again,
100.
throwing darts is about balance.
$95.
That's one thing we should do with Conan the next time he's here. Get him to throw some really short darts to see what he's like with them.
You mentioned actually the amount of point you can see in the board. The Kim Hybrex was one, wasn't he? I think it's changed a little bit, but the entire point would disappear into the board.
Yeah, John Lewis used to have darts like that as well. Back when he hit that 9-darter in 1984. How he did that, I've got no idea.
100.
Big, bulbous, short darts. Thin trebles with big round wires, and 100 grand later, wallop.
Well, this is easier to hit than miss.
140.
Couldn't quite join the party, but is edging closer to parity in the game.
140.
Great visit, though, in response by Whitehead.
101.
Naturally, he was begging to be hit, but he could have actually gone for the bullseye and had a 2-darter here. He's having to use all 3. And he opts for tops. And he hits tops. What a little spell that is by Belmont to get back into this game and tie it up at 2-2.
Right now, Conan Whitehead is thinking to himself, how do I get rid of this guy?
Game on.
He just can't seem to beat him up until this point. He just can't get rid of him easily. Gets the lead.
58.
All of a sudden, the lead is erased.
$60.
Is he being too stubborn on that treble 20 with those blockers? That's happening an awful lot. He's hitting 60s and 58s, 57s.
83.
Constantly searching for that treble 20 bed, but always going low. Not this time.
Yeah, we've seen that cost him earlier on checkouts as well, when he's had other options.
108.
That's what he wanted.
95.
Never a dull moment when Conan's around. He's maybe as watchable as anybody who walks into this building. Just don't watch this, Conan. Oh, that's 60 on the floor, but you heard the clatter against his own flight.
Well, that's made a huge difference, though. 60 on the floor there. That's 81 when he comes back. We saw it fall out of the 60, but even a 20 would be in a much better position. It's not going to matter because Whitehead
83.
hasn't been able to leave a finish himself.
141.
Again, we're seeing that perseverance, Paul.
45.
It doesn't pay off.
Perseverance is a very strong word. It's an encouraging word. But sometimes it can be
137.
transcribed as stubbornness,
Stephanie require 96.
which is a negative word.
We may say, is he going double-double this time? He decides to.
42.
Ooh, now.
Conan, you require 45.
Is that going to be a miss that he curses? Well, now he has to burn a dart to get to tops, when that shouldn't be the case.
54.
So it's 2 rather than 3. And 1 at double 10.
34.
They can
Conan, you
be
require
the
16.
moments that prove to be costly. It's a string of errors. It wasn't just that visit. As Paul rightly pointed out, it was the one before as well.
It's difficult.
No score.
And it goes the wrong side.
Stefan, you require 20.
He has every right to scratch his head. This is now for a break of throw to be favourite to win.
Game shot on the 5th leg, Stefan Belmont.
He's done very well. He's taken his chances. Now if he serves it out by 4 legs to 2,
6th leg, it's Stefan to throw first.
he will go to
Game
4
on.
points. And his leg difference will change to -1. Whereas Whitehead will stay on 6 points and go to +4. Still in a good position.
123.
But we've got no idea what's going to happen tomorrow. This could be critical.
140.
And they don't know what's going to happen in the next 2 matches either. That's the benefit of playing Game 3 tomorrow. You have the information
140.
of what's happened in Game 1 and Game 2. If you're starting a round of play like these guys are right now, they don't know what's going to happen with Gillet and Gray.
60.
They don't know what's going to happen with Croft and Cast. But by the time we get to about 5:45, everything will be very transparent ahead of tomorrow. And then they have to sleep on that information.
Belmont now closing in. Remember, we said this might have been must win. Whitehead's not done yet, though.
108.
What a time. Just when Belmont feels free,
Stefan, you require 138.
Whitehead puts a weight on his shoulders. And that weight is told.
Can you imagine the joy he would feel if he hits this 1-2-1 to save the match?
38. Conan, you require 121.
To get the juices flowing ahead of leg 7. There might not be a leg 7.
57. Stefan, you require 100.
Going for 2 tops. There's one of them.
60.
And there's still
Conan,
a
you
chance
require
for
64.
Conan.
He threw it well. It just didn't hit the target. How well thrown is this one?
Game shot on
Oh,
the
he
6th
wants it
leg,
all right.
Conan Whitehead.
We have got a game on our hands. Best of 1 leg from here.
7 from final leg.
They've had
It's
some
Conan
jousting
to
this
throw
week, this
first.
couple. Is it going to be a first win of the week for Conan? Or will Belmont
Game on.
continue to boss the boss of the Super Series?
Whitehead has the darts.
97.
I think Conan knows how important this is because he knows how good Belmont can be. And if he gets rid of him now, doesn't have to worry about him tomorrow.
That's my philosophy about Fridays. Every game is important.
45.
Get rid of somebody on a Friday. You don't have to worry about them on a Saturday.
They've still got to play him tomorrow, obviously, but in terms of actually trying to stop him,
100.
replace him in qualifying from this group, probably a better way of saying it than...
Yeah, I see your point because it's putting somebody in a position where they're not a problem and
100.
making sure that they're not a problem for later.
And also, because he knows his quality, it's actually handy to have around to beat the people you are battling with. So
60.
winning this game here would be huge for Conan Whitehead. It would be equally huge for Belmont because it would keep him in the mix. Of course, he would not be mathematically ruled out, but you'd be looking at winning every single game tomorrow and still hoping it's enough.
180.
Fourth maximum of the game, and exactly what Whitehead did not want to hear. Belmont doesn't want to hear this.
125.
Well, that makes things just a little bit more awkward.
Yeah, not the time to miss that after such a promising start to that visit.
58. Conan, you require 119.
Sometimes I wonder whether you'd rather hit the single or the treble on this shot.
Single. That treble. This double?
79. Stefan, you require 118.
Oh, for Belmont, this could be everything. Now we're going to see him stay there. He does stay there, and he finds it for double 19, but
99.
can't find that.
You can
Conan, you
barely
require
separate
40.
these two in this match. One was on 119, one was on 118. They've both had a shot for the match at double in this final leg. Whitehead gets another chance.
Really G'd himself up for this visit.
Game
And he
shot,
does
and the match,
land the
Conan
fatal
Whitehead.
blow to Stefan Belmont. Conan Whitehead ends the day with 4 wins from his 5 matches and 4 straight wins as well, having lost his first. But Belmont has the reverse of those results, winning only 1 game, and he now is facing almost impossible task tomorrow. He's going to have to win all of his matches and then still hope for favours elsewhere. As for Conan Whitehead, he's now in pole position, top of the table with 8 points, and Adrian Gray is hoping to join him when he takes on Mike Gillet after the break.
Next year, when that decision needs to be made, he's going to be 49. 1 year shy of the age of the seniors.
A very viable option. 2 players who are around that age. Well, what did he say about the 9?
Will we get the 141? Will the promise come true? Double 12.
Shot, and the match.
Steve
West
has won the match with a 9-dart.
Harrison has kicked off the last leg in perfect style.
It's everything, really. Oh, he's timing this well again.
180.
With a 9-darter, treble 19. Treble 15 leads double 18. Franchise Harrison to win the game in perfect style.
Hauled himself out of it.
Yeah, it was something that Henry actually said in jest that I was quoted as saying Jared Cole is one of the most, sounds a bit fishy. Glenn, do you know my grandpa Mark Salmon?
Do you? On a 177 and a 180. He's on a potential 9-darter.
Come on, Jared.
Yes, you beauty! Nice and high, and Fox has now got the game back into his
100.
own destination, and wow, the momentum is with him. Here we go.
108.
I wouldn't have said it.
41.
Don't jinx it. Yes. Yes! Double 12! Yes! Get in there, Leacock!
Well, I think it's fair to say that the blue touch paper has been well and truly lit.
108.
6th max of the match. Oh, hang about. Hang about. It's getting ridiculous now. Can Tommy Leishman give us back-to-back 9 darters in back-to-back games? He could, you know. He could, you know. Goodness gracious me!
Tommy Leishman.
Back-to-back 9 darters!
So we've just seen Conan Whitehead move on to 8 points. Now Adrian Gray is looking to do the same. To do that, he'll have to beat Mike Gillet, who is hoping to be in contention himself, and he can put himself in with a great chance, see if he can conquer the conqueror in this game. Gillet, having won 4-0 just a couple of games ago against Matt Cast, is just 2 points adrift of Gray now. And if he wins, it would be level on points going into the final day of the qualifying stages for finals night. Group B gets underway this evening, but 2 more matches to play in Group C, starting with Gillet versus Gray.
When you said the word conquer there, I started thinking about autumn, with chestnuts falling from certain trees and finding conkers on the floor. Did you used to play that at school?
I did, yeah, but I used to paint stones.
First
that looked
leg,
like
it's
conkers.
Mike to throw first. Game on.
I'm not talking to you anymore.
You sound like you've been a victim of that particular trick.
I think I was, actually. The days before smartphones, and you used to look forward to certain seasons because you could have conkers in autumn. Well, Adrian's had a very good day, but unless he wins this game, I think he will feel like he's left something out there.
95.
Started well with a 4-2 win over Whitehead, and that looks even better now because Whitehead has not lost after that.
81.
Just get a 4-0 victory against Croft in that melee of 4-0s that we got. But after
59.
losing to Matt Cast by 4-2 in the middle match, he did recover by beating Belmont by 4-2. So it has been
140.
a pleasurable day, but sometimes in these campaigns, you feel at your best when you leave, when you have your best performance in the last match.
60.
What he would give for that.
$125.
Is Gillet starting to try to get his act together now?
Yeah, he's made a good start here, hasn't he?
I was worried for him at the start. Didn't play well against Croft, even though he won in game 1.
93.
But as the games
Mikey
have
required
gone on,
114.
that question you asked him earlier about having that extra game, I'm starting to think that he's right.
Well, he's ready for this one, no doubt about it. Almost taking out the combination. Will come back with 3 clear at tops. Have said it already today. It's one of those doubles where he either needs to hit it or miss it underneath.
Mikey
Does not want to miss a above.
40.
So that's okay for him. Round and round the roundabout.
Gave Sean a
Gets
first
the right
leg.
exit.
Mike Gillet.
Opening leg goes the way of Gillet.
Looks almost apologetic after every
Second
leg he
leg,
wins.
It's Adrian to throw first. Game on.
That's how nice the guy is. You don't come this far by being nice all the time. Every now and again, you've got to be ruthless.
100.
A bit like James Richardson, one of our Modus memories, hitting a 9-dart leg against his own son.
99.
It is a cutthroat business.
$60. $108.
And that's all red.
He
is thriving right now. That's the first start that Adrian needs to try and build a score.
123.
But already he's chasing his opponent. I'm starting to realise why Mike Gillet was selected for Wales.
58.
Because as the day goes on, he seems to be more comfortable with the challenge. Just how high up the table can he be ahead of playing Adrian in Game 2 tomorrow? They could be on the same points.
It was week 11 of Series 3 when Mike Gillet won.
82.
Beat
Mikey
Cam
require
Crabtree in the final.
164.
And it was the week after Luke Littler had won for the first time on the Super Series stage.
Is that when he put in that 117 average in the final?
98.
Everybody knew who he was after
Adrian, you
that.
require 136.
Littler went, of course, on to win the Champions Week.
100.
Which Gillet was
Mikey
part of.
requires
Yeah, this is
66.
Gillet going for 66. A bit like his namesake, Adam Gilchrist, who loved a 6.
Game shot on his second leg.
And leg
Mike
2 was
Gillet.
hit for 6. Out of the park, that one.
Well, this is glorious from Gillet.
Third
May
leg.
leave
It's
Adrian
Mike to throw first. Game on.
feeling great at the end of the day.
$57.
How do you think Adrian's going to feel if he walks away with 6 points today?
108.
Well, I'll tell you who will feel very happy if Adrian Gray walks away with 6 points, and that'll be Conan Whitehead.
Yeah, he'll be in the box seat.
60.
Having said that, would he rather Gray won and kept 4 points between himself and third place?
Maybe. Think about...
In? Is that in? Oh,
140.
Did you just have an is it in moment?
yeah, yeah, not quite.
It
to the
wasn't,
same
wasn't quite
extent.
loud enough,
Yeah.
was it?
It's getting quite excited then for a moment.
59.
But yeah, it's an interesting question, that, isn't it? Would Conan prefer the buffer between himself and third, or is he not thinking about that? Would he rather actually put someone between himself and the chasing pack?
81.
You'd have to ask him, but with playing Adrian in the last game of the group, does that change his thought process a little bit?
125.
It's a really
Adrian, you
tricky one.
require 100.
It's all about getting through at the end of the day, so maybe third place being further away is more important. But it's tops here
Game shot on a
for
third
Adrian
leg.
Gray, who
Adrian
may
Gray.
yet be winning this match. I think there's a bit of an issue here. You might have noticed that there's a little bit of blood on the dartboard, and it's obviously come from the little finger of Mike Gillet. I don't know how it's happened.
Fourth flag. It's Adrian to throw first.
But
I love that reaction
Game
by
on.
Adrian. Don't worry, mate, I've seen worse.
It looks like one of the kids at his school, doesn't he, there, Mike Gillet? He was all right until he saw the blood, and now he's starting crying.
41.
We've all been there. Darts has sharp implements. What's going on in Adrian's mind right now? He was not happy about something right there.
80.
If you get the red, does it count as a treble?
Which one?
Well, that's what Adrian's aiming for.
Right now he's seeing red. He's seen this opportunity drift by. He's offered the throw to Gillet here in leg 4.
45.
See, this has never happened in archery. Because somebody else gets the arrows for you.
140. $125.
It's important not to look at this game like a final, but you should look at it a bit like
66.
a quarter-final, in my opinion. Or the last group game that you play in round robin in a massive tournament.
140.
You've got to have that urgency from start to finish, in my opinion, in these group situations. You've got to give it a little bit of jeopardy, but you're not going to be out if you lose. but you're going to be in a much better
84.
position.
Mike, you
if you
require
win.
111.
Great first start. Now, he has been flip-flopping between 16s and tops today.
Flips to tops.
A shot on a 4 flag.
And
Mike
doesn't
Gillet.
flop.
Not flopping at all.
5th flag. It's Mike to throw first. Game on.
If Gillet wins this leg, he's going to be within 2 legs of Adrian Gray all of a sudden.
99.
And it goes back to the point that you made earlier with these fixtures being reversed, that he will play him again if he gets a repeat result. Suddenly he is alongside Conan Whitehead at the top of the table.
180.
Gray, though, not lying down.
Yeah, let's be frank. Eddie Gray is having
140.
possibly his best game of the day statistically and is losing by 2 legs.
But slightly inflated by the fact he's only had 1 dart at double.
Correct. So it is a scoring average as opposed to an overall one.
We've seen him twice kick off with 180s as well, so his early scoring stats will be big. It's when he's getting down to finishing range that scoring slowing down.
37.
About here is where it's slowing down usually.
Yeah, this is where having the darts in the odd-numbered legs, the averages can lie.
121.
Especially if you're taking your doubles with the last dart of the visit as well. Your average goes slightly down and your opponents will be inflated by the fact that they haven't got any shots at double.
42. Adrian, you require
The averages sometimes
100.
tell a story, but majority of the time they do tell lies. Not again.
80.
You don't see that often. Someone hitting that shot twice in a match, especially in a match of this length.
26. Adrian, you require 20.
Straight down the pipe. Now to 4s.
Game shot on a
Well
5th
thought out.
flag. Adrian Gray.
It's always
6th flag.
had
It's
something
Adrian to throw first.
about him, Adrian. When he
Game on.
walks, he has a bounce about his step that exudes confidence. And it is something that everybody sees about him. He's quite an inspirational individual to be around.
100.
The one thing he's taught me more than anything else in all the time I've known him is how to play cricket. Before we went to the 2017 Soft Tip World Cup, I said my cricket skills were
44.
somewhat lacking. I went to Adrian, he said, come to Hastings, we'll figure it out. Over the course of a month, he taught me to play cricket. And I still
91.
employ some of his coaching techniques to other people when they learn how to play cricket. I think he's one of the best in the world at it.
For those that aren't
100.
as in-depth darts fans, Paul's not talking about getting a bat and ball here.
Yeah, it's a game that is predominantly played on soft tip boards in North
100.
America and in the Far East. But you can play it on any dartboard. It's a really great game to play if you can learn how to do it.
77.
And in some competitions that Adrian's played around the world, they play a mixture of 501 and cricket in the same match.
40.
Well, in soft tip, that would have counted.
Correct.
If it hits the board, where it hit is where it counts. But what counts is that he's still on a finish and he could
50.
take
Adrian,
the
you
leg here,
require
although it doesn't even
170.
matter anymore because Gillet's not. We could see a very similar scenario, a very similar ending to the previous game, which went the distance.
Do you know, in soft tip darts, he could have finished that backwards.
40.
Bull, treble, treble would have actually counted. In this format, you've got to finish on the double.
60.
And he might still be looking at the bullseye.
130.
Yeah, so when you hear predominantly Dutch and European people call the bullseye double bull. It's actually accurate.
Correct. Treble 20 for double bull. Or double.
In the ball. And he enjoyed it. And we enjoyed it. And I'm sure you did at home as well. And now you can enjoy a deciding leg.
7th and final
which will
leg.
determine whether or not Adrian Gray has a 4-point gap over Gillet tomorrow, or whether Gillet, who has the darts in the decider, will be level with Gray in second place in Group C.
Biggest finish of the day, and not a bad time to find it to keep this match alive. But he's still got the break.
If Gray wins this leg, by the way, there'll be nothing between himself and Conan Whitehead in any department.
60.
Same point, same leg difference, same legs won. So if that happened at the end of tomorrow, they'd have to be separated by their averages across the matches in this group.
I remember only 2 occasions when that's
96.
happened. One was when both players qualified. Wesley Harms and Steve West. That was in a Group C, I believe. And the next time, it was for Ryan Finesse and Chris Hurds, and that was to see who did go through.
Actually, I should say, before it gets to averages, their head-to-head record would come into play. So if they had the same record, but,
96.
for example, Gray's won 4-2 against Whitehead today, if Whitehead only won 4-3 tomorrow, that would be enough to put Gray ahead of him. So that's why it's so rare to go down to averages. A rule that actually used to apply on finals nights back in
81.
Southampton, but was changed to the 9-dart shootout here.
Those days were carnage when we were looking at averages on Saturday night. We do prefer the 9-dart shootout.
Yeah, they've given us some excellent drama. Get here, get down, watch one if the chance arrives, because not many darts fans will ever see one of those in the venue.
Oh no. Needs a treble 20 to leave a finish. Whatever you do, do not go for treble 19. He's left to finish.
64. Mike, you require 116.
That might just be the best start of the day. If what comes next goes the conqueror's way. However, he might not get a shot.
76. Adrian, you require 156.
I always say it, you want to leave your best shot till last. He's taken a 130 on the bull to take us this far. But he can't go one step further.
60.
This is a real good
Mike,
end to the day for Mike Gillet. If he lands this double. Oh, he's got a waste one. He's got a waste one. And that was precariously close. I'm not sure after the first start, and especially the second, whether he should have stepped away and started that again.
Yeah, 2 bad darts. And he threw that double 10 with more hope than belief. This would hurt. The conqueror finds the last leg with a killer 96 checkout. And that's going to sting Gillet overnight, because now there is going to be a 4-point cushion between the top 2 in Whitehead and Gray and the rest. This entire group has had fine margins, but that might be the most important 2-dart checkout of the week, because the buffer is going to be 4 points overnight. And considering Adrian Gray's averaged his best in any match today, right there, that tells you he's definitely a contender. One more match to go. It's going to be Cast and Croft next.
So the final match of Thursday afternoon features Joe Croft and Matt Cast, and it's an opportunity for Crofty to keep his hopes alive, and for Cast to really put himself in position as a contender. He can move on to 6 points, which would be just 2 away from the top 2. Adrian Gray and Conan Whitehead, who both have 8 points to their name with 4 wins from 5, and that would be a very productive day for Matt Cast, the ADC qualifier, on his return to the Super Series.
It's Joe to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, just a reminder that the man with the bling on the shoes, the opponent of Croft, is the only person here this week of the 12 players who has not made Saturday yet. If he is going to make it, my word, this is an important game.
100.
I think he's got to win this game, and I think he's got to beat Joe again tomorrow. If he does that, he's on 8 points with Whitehead
60.
and Gray.
$100.
If you're these two, you haven't got the result that you wanted in the previous match. Not in my opinion. Because you wanted things to bunch up. And they haven't.
44.
Predominantly when Matt comes here, he does play Group C.
100.
But he's always home by about 9:30 on a Friday night, watching from the sofa. It would be a nice feeling to wake up in Portsmouth on a Saturday morning.
It'd be nice to see you here on a Saturday night in Portsmouth. We'll give you
100.
information on how to get tickets in the next leg.
167. 97. Matt, you require 101.
I know it's personal preference sometimes, but I don't like 19s first on 101.
31.
Unless you go 42
Joey
tops.
requires 70.
That's in. Here's the next one.
50.
Lack of end
Matthew
product
requires 70.
is one of the reasons why Crofty is in the pickle that he's in.
One dart at double.
Game shot
He's
on the
all
first
he
leg,
required. Matt
knockout.
Cass breaks throw in the opening leg, and he's on course for that 6-point haul that would put him in
Second
touching
leg,
distance
it's
of the
Matt to
top
throw
2.
First. Game on.
Also worth mentioning, Paul, actually, we spoke about Matt Cass getting to 6 points and being in 3rd place overnight. If Joe Croft were to win this game, even though he'd be on 4 points,
50.
he'd actually move into 3rd. And although that would be 3 other players tied on points, it'd just look a little bit nicer for him after a day where he seems to have worn the weight of the world on his shoulders.
Well, after a week where he's been looking at the table and he's been bottom, his confidence would grow because of what he would see on social media and his own smart device overnight.
And a heavy enough defeat here, and he could be bottom. So it's interesting to see how this goes for Joe.
I'm trying to say he's in one of those Lee Budgeon positions where it could be brilliant
86.
or drastic.
The players that need budging tomorrow are Gray and Whitehead, the top 2. We did tell you as well that we'd give you information on tickets for Saturday.
30.
We're going to make it as simple as possible. If you want to come, scan that QR code, pay £2, and enjoy a Saturday night of arrowing entertainment here at the Super Series. And we mentioned before, of course, you
140.
could see a 9-dart shootout. You might see the first 9-darter that we've ever had on a Saturday night.
You are going to see Bam Bam Bradley Brooks. I think if you
46.
get a bit of Conan here, a bit of Bam Bam, a bit of Adrian Gray,
81.
bit of Chaz Barstow, this place could be raucous on Saturday night.
Yeah, there are a few players that could certainly bring a few fans with them, so it would be advisable to book yours
28.
pretty quickly.
Joey require 99.
Because when they start to go through, then the tickets will go. 99 here for Croft.
51.
In that spot, I kind of like that play. There's no risk attached. Even by getting 2 single 16s, now he's got options when he comes back.
99.
And considering how many darts at double he's had this week, he can choose whether he wants to leave 16s or tops.
32.
Really easy for me to say he should have left tops, but it was his choice. And if he had another go, would he choose the same one?
55.
Predominantly, dart players are
16.
rather stubborn, and they will do the same over and over again, even if it's not been successful. And he can barely see that double 8 now.
No score.
There you can see what he saw.
You require 125.
Oh, this would really hurt. Not going to happen.
55. Joe, you require 16.
Double 8 again.
Game shot on a second leg. Joe Croft.
More relief than anything else.
Third leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on. $45.
If you have scanned that QR code looking for tickets for this Saturday night and have had a little bit of a gander at some of the other
43.
tickets on offer, you might want to be quick for some of them.
Yeah, Champions Night. It's now the golden ticket. We're in single digits for remaining tickets for Champions Night. So if you're going to come, book right now.
125.
Be a great atmosphere. We've had some fantastic ones over the series. Can you believe, Paul, that this is now the 8th series, the 8th Champions Night we're going to hold in this venue?
It always feels like Champions Night is quite a distance away, but it's only 3 weeks.
And following that,
140.
Double Trouble. That's a bit different as well. If you want to see a format fraught with darting danger, the double start,
60.
double finish event, which was won by Neil Duff last time. It's a slightly shorter format as well, first of 3 legs in that. Plenty of tickets available still for that, but when that week starts, they do tend to go quickly. So again, get booking.
You've announced the players for Double Trouble, haven't you?
We have, yeah.
96.
I'll announce them again in the next leg, if you like.
68.
Double 16 for Cast.
Game shot on a third
Cast
leg.
is away.
Matt Cast.
Yeah, so if you want to know who's going to play for the week, for which the finals will be the 7th of September, so you're going to see 6 of these players if you book on that Saturday. But watching here on the Super Series YouTube channel during the week, Group A will feature Neil Duff,
108.
Richie Burnett, Andreas Harrison, John Henderson, Robert Thornton and Scott Mitchell. Rather tasty. I'll just hang on a moment and hold that thought, because never mind Double Trouble. Matt Cass is giving the treble some trouble here. Oh, no longer. The Group C, Mason Whitlock's going to get a go. Devon Peterson,
41.
Ted Everts. And Group B, Jeff Smith, the local favourite Adam Lipscomb, and the former
140.
Super Series champion Scott Taylor.
My pick is Jeff Smith for that week. Loves a bit of double start. Very adept to different formats.
45.
I like John Henderson myself.
Yeah, he's good at double start, isn't he? Former semi-finalist at the Grand Prix.
Don't tell Scott we said that.
100.
Yeah, currently playing for 3rd place, but Matt Cass in particular looking to put himself in a position
81. Joe, you require 121.
to have a tilt at Saturday night.
Double 18.
85.
That was
Matt,
a
you require
calculated gamble there from
154.
Croft. Because that 25 is an interesting dart.
98.
If he gets it
Joe,
this
you
time, it's
require
best of 3
36.
to finish the session.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
That's more
Joe
like
Croft.
it. Averages are
Fifth
pretty
leg,
similar.
It's Joe to throw first. Game on.
Doubles percentages are poles apart. But how many times has Joe Croft seen this?
125.
2 out of 12. Cast 2 from 2. Now, the worrying thing for Croft, you can look at it one of two ways.
41.
He's needed double digits of attempts in every game he's played today.
100.
But he's giving himself the opportunities, isn't he?
That's why I think it's such a big game for him here, because it basically means that in most matches he's outscored his opponents
100.
to give himself that many chances. There might have been the odd occasion where both players have missed a few darts at double in a leg or two, but ultimately, if he can
96.
sharpen up that one department of his game, and it is a big department, let's have it right, but if he can do that, there's no reason why he can't be going into tomorrow picking up a large number of wins.
123.
Matt Cast, on the other hand, in one of his 4 games, he had double digits at double, and that was a game he won
85.
in round number 3. But if Croft wants any sort of motivation, look no further than the Week 3 champion in this series, Richard Eric Rowlands.
95.
Missed a stack of darts at double in his semi-final on the Saturday night, then didn't miss any in the final.
How about the bolt?
70. Matt, you require
Well, it goes down as another
142.
miss.
$76. Joe, you require 25.
You said you didn't like this route, Murph.
5.
And the 2
Matt,
times
you
you've seen
require
Croft do it today,
66.
he's missed them both.
Yeah, and outside as well, which to me suggests that he's sort of half thinking about not going back to double 5. 16 for tops. Oh, he's missed a big one. He's missed a big number, and that could be a big moment.
$51.
Oh no.
Joe, you require 20.
Nothing went right there.
Game shot on the
And it
fifth
gets worse
leg,
for Cast.
Joe Croft.
Also worth noting that
Sixth
the
leg,
only
it's a match
game
to
that
throw
Joe
first.
Croft won today so
Game
far,
on.
and this applies to the man he actually beat in that game as well, Stefan Belmont. For each of them, their only victories have been 4-0 victories.
Weird.
45.
Matt Cass has been on the wrong end of 4-0 scorelines twice himself.
Yeah, he's the only person today who's not had a 4-0 win.
108.
How many times have we said that?
Well, Croft might be on course for a second win now. 3 perfect missiles find their
60.
target.
Do you remember when Białowski got his 9-darter? It was the last leg of the day.
41.
Remember it well, yeah.
Such a thing as getting a 9-darter at the end of a match, but the end of a session. Talk about
15.
leaving everybody happy before we leave the venue.
You've been doing a lot of Olympic chat this week, Paul. Just wonder if the ADC ever move into Poland. Will they host the pole vault?
60.
I can't top that. I'm not trying to top your
60.
pun, by the way, but Joe Croft is looking to Mondo Duplant this. He's the Olympic champion, by the way, from Sweden. Mondo Duplantis.
60.
World record this week, 6:25. Very, very good.
$85. Joe, you require 160.
So then Croft to get it done in style.
140.
And it will be double 10 again to get himself in the reckoning. But there is going to be a gap between
100.
the bottom 4
Joe,
and
you
the top 2
require
overnight,
20.
regardless.
Game
Croft
shot
claims it.
And the match, Joe Croft.
The 4-2 success is second win of the day, and things are going to look a little bit more rosy for Joe when he looks at the table, because he's going to find himself in third place. But there are two players that are really sort of running away with it. Adrian Gray and Conan Whitehead both have got 4 wins today. There are 3 players that have got 2, and 2 of them are the ones you've just witnessed. Croft, who's beaten Matt Cast 4-2 despite missing all those darts at double yet again. Something, if he sharpens up, he could be a contender in this group, which will return tomorrow from 1. But we are going to discuss everything that's happened today and preview some of this evening's action as the remaining players this week try and get through to Saturday night at the Super Series. Yeah, if you've never been here to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth and you can get here, it's certainly worth ticking off your darting bucket list here at the Super Series on a Saturday night. And what we've seen today, well, 2 players, Paul, have made a bid for Saturday night themselves. But, I mean, let's start by looking at the results from today, because it paints a rather bizarre picture, doesn't it?
It does. Lots of broken games. As you can see, Adrian Gray was the first person to break someone today and beat Joe Croft by 4-0, setting a bit of a trend in the early part of the schedule where 4 consecutive 4-0 scorelines threw chaos onto the table. And that didn't really stop after that. We had a very even plethora of results after that. But I get the feeling that when people started to get the confidence, and I'm talking about Gray and Whitehead, it looked as if they just couldn't be stopped. However, they could have been by Gillet and they could have been by Belmont. They just didn't get the job done. And those fine margins could be key for tomorrow's final table.
Absolutely. Let's talk about those matches as well, particularly that match between Belmont and Whitehead. Has he, in winning that match, pretty much eliminated someone who could have been a big rival in this group?
Potentially, yes. We've got to tread carefully with the old Group C situation, because someone who is 6 points behind, they have got themselves into the top 2 before, but we're talking about Conan Whitehead here. He is a Super Series great, and his ability to do things like that, to impose himself after a bad start today, it just goes to show why we regard him so highly.
Yeah, talking about the other guy at the top, Adrian Gray, every time he's been here, he's made it through to finals night, and he's ridden his luck at times, but it looks like he's got a kind of air of authority as well.
Yeah, I think so. I think Adrian is someone who maybe looks at himself in the mirror sometimes and doesn't give himself enough credit. I think over the years, one of the reasons why he hasn't had as much success in steel tip is because the knockout format can be really brutal. But in round robin format, maybe he's found the kind of darts that sees him thrive a bit more. So getting a good start like he did today, continuing that good start, then having a blip, but the ability to recover after that, that was brilliant. And in knockout darts, that doesn't happen. So his recovery skills are very good. And now he's looking at 8 points. He'll be buoyed by the fact that a 3rd consecutive Saturday could be on his invitation list.
We just saw Joe Croft get third place overnight. Let's talk about him for a moment, because the big problem has been the doubles for Joe Croft. But you did speak about a way of looking at that in a positive way.
Yes. If you're getting a lot of opportunities, there's nothing wrong or very little wrong with the scoring. Now, I've done a quick calculation before we came into the studio here. He's had 72 darts at a double today. Every game he's had a minimum of 11 darts at a double. His conversion rate is not great, but if you're getting 72 darts at a double over the course of 5 matches, you're doing something right. If he can be a bit more efficient on the outer ring and the bullseye tomorrow, there's no reason why he can't have a bit of a surge.
Yeah, absolutely. Who else in this group? Who's in contention?
I do look at the top 2, and I think that maybe they're going to stretch their legs tomorrow. The first round tomorrow was massive. I do fancy Conan to get through. If anyone's going to trip up and maybe be caught, it could be Adrian, but I'm going to play the safe card. I'm going to say the top 2. I think they will be safe.
Well, let's have a look at the table, show you those top 2 and the challenge that everyone else is presented with, because there's already a 4-point gap, and that could become bigger in the first match as they don't play each other again until the end of the day, so all could be done by then. Stefan Belmont, such a surprise that he is a player bottom of the table on 2 points.
Yes, because he had the best running average of anybody coming from Group A this morning. It wasn't by much. He had a decent amount of 180s, more than one every match. And I expected him to perform a little bit better today. But now that he's at the foot of the table on 2 points, I think he's left himself with too much to do. If he'd been on 4 points or 6, I'd be talking him up right now. But I'm not going to do that when he's sitting on 2.
You did fancy him to win this group, by the way. You're not with us tonight, so I'll give you the chance to redeem yourself, and I can't even hold you to account. Let's just take a look at the players that are in action this week, with a focus on the group in the middle there, Group B, which gets underway from 10 tonight. Marvin van Velzen, Harry Ward, we've seen all week. Chaz Barstow, Nathan Gervin and Thomas Lovely. It looks like a very good group. Who do you expect to be seen to go through to finals night?
Well, 2 names for me. I think Marvin is going to cause trouble in the group, maybe in more ways than one.
I was going to ask you.
But I think Chaz, he's just motivated. He's 8 from 8 when it comes to making Saturdays here. His conversion rate is impeccable. I don't think that changes. I think him getting to a Saturday will be really good for this place, and it will bring people through the door as well and make for an amazing atmosphere. But it's Chaz that has to do that in order to create that atmosphere and the ability for people to come down. But I think Marvin has played some good darts this week. I don't think we should forget that. But from the other side of the coin, he might make other players uncomfortable, which will make for great viewing.
We look forward to it. Thanks for your company today. The Asset has spoken. He thinks that Chaz Barstow could be the one to watch this evening. And you can watch him by joining us here at the Modus Super Series YouTube channel from 10 p.m. We'll see you then.